Welcome back everybody, welcome back to Uboat, welcome back to March. No, April 44. Jesus, already April 44. Only a year to go until the war is over. Now U298 is currently on the way back home after we've deployed an agent to the coast of Iceland. And we were successful in that and largely undetected, I think. And right now we're just heading back home to get new mission orders. Now I've got my bridge coffee, everything's perfect. We're already submerged in snorkeling because we're well within Allied air range. By 3 bases at the moment. They add any new ones? No. Hopefully with the new update there will be new aircraft bases. That would be amazing. So yeah, let's keep going. Also, I did a little test yesterday about the torpedoes, because we had a little discussion in stream of Kerberos, and that was about the LUTs, which kind of course they go, whether or not that course correction that you can set here. First of all, we're using magnetics only. That course correction here, this angle, whether or not that is relative to the torpedo's course. So if I put it to 350, whether or not it just means that after it's run it turns 10 degrees to port, or whether or not that is absolute, therefore that torpedo goes to a course of 350. And it is the latter of the two. And I did a lovely little test where I sent it, where I went on a course of 290. I went on a course of 090, fired the torpedo at a run length of 500 meters. And then set it to 270. So in a sense I wanted it to go north basically, so to turn towards 270, but instead it did a full 180 because it went to the course 270, which is what it was supposed to do. Well, hang on. So it went like this. Did a little circle over here, went back to 270, did its search pattern run, and then it veered right because that was what it was set to, and then it hit me in the ass. That was lovely. I always wondered what it was like to be hit by your own torpedo. Apparently it does not do much damage. I think I had like one minor damage. So the torpedo came in slightly off the aft and it exploded right here next to the ballast tank. So we did have a leak through the loading hatch, I think, and I think the vents were out or something like that. So very, very minor damage for the fact that we got hit by a bloody torpedo. Let's restock the galley, shall we, while we're here. Morale is looking good. We have fatigue now, because we have been at... Oh, well, yeah, we've been at sea for almost a month. And we did not have any... What's it called? Shore leave after the last sortie, because that was just 8 days. So, yeah, after this one, we're gonna send our boys on vacation. And the weather is inadequate for snorkeling, I believe.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, okay, seas are a bit rough. Right, blow ballast.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Right, both engines half
Kleine
ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
Lower
Kaloy?
the snorkel
Schnorchel einfahren.
and turn on that compressor.
Kapitän.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Ja?
And then we're also gonna re-engage the noise lock, because I've forgotten that. Well, first of all, towards the ratings mess. They really don't want to hear what they are talking about.
Wir haben alle historischen Sehenswürdigkeiten besucht. Das Brandenburger Tor, den Reichstag. Das war diese
Alright, I'm fully stocked. Alright, 12 knots on the surface, very lovely. And it's about to be night time, very good. Can steam through the night here. Ah, in the middle of the night. 20 degrees, okay.
Herr Kaloy.
Right, raise the snorkel.
Schnorchel ausfahren.
See the bridge?
Standseerohr besetzen.
And dive,
Auf
dive, dive.
Seerohrtiefe.
Come on, bring her down. There we go.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Right, dead
Kleine
slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Upskill. Now, didn't we have 2 men overboard? Yes, we did. I'm gonna have to redo my whole squad once we come back. It was at 20 degrees, so we'll wait for half an hour for that thing to pass. Yeah, that plane's probably gone. Okay, downscope. Both engines slow ahead. And will remain submerged again. Considering we're downscope anyway, might as well let him work on
Jawohl,
the
Herr
map.
Kaloy.
And then at 1800 hours, when the watch change happens, we'll do the same with Scholz.
Navigation besetzen.
And that way, Skipper is free to play cards.
Ja.
Even though we don't need to, morale is at maximum. And we're just happily steaming along. Who's he playing with?
Ja.
Wolves. And that's it. Okay. And the weather is once again not suitable for snorkeling. Okay. In that case, Ballast.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Turn on the compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
You go up on the bridge. You go back to your map duty.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
No, not periscope.
Zeit für eine
Bridge. There we go. Might as well turn on the pump and lower this.
Schnorchel einfahren.
How much water do we have in the village? 1 cubic meter. Yeah, okay. We can absolutely pump that out. And then once we're up here, both engines half ahead. And we make good time on this trip. And I haven't taken a single sip of coffee. Insane. That's why it always gets cold. Also, let me close the door real quick. Hang on. There we go. We arrive at noon. Look at that. That's a good time to come back.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern. Herr Kapitän,
Place the colors.
Kurs.
Dangerous return mission completed. Yeah, we did see that hunter-killer group being after us, but we got away regardless. They were not expecting us to just snorkel away beneath the waves, observe them from a distance.
Kurs setzen. Ja.
Let me get up on that bridge. There we are, safe and sound at home again, with no indication of there being an allied air raid. That might still happen, you never know. Both engines slow ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And starboard 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Steuerbord.
Once again, it looks like we're arriving at low tide, right? Oh, Jesus. Why did you leave the bridge? Don't do that. Be nice if we could track that. I think there's a mod for it. There's a mod for everything. Stütz.
Oder 10 Grad. Backbord. Oder Mitschiffs.
Yeah, new course
Kurs
078.
7, 8.
We'll use the other lock this time. I do like seeing the sky, and there doesn't seem to be an air raid. Maybe I jinxed it now, but who knows. Well, I think we can fend for ourselves with this much of anti-air power.
Bestätige. Ich könnte etwas gebrauchen.
Bestätige.
I'm gonna use this box right there. Third one. Hey Zeke, how are you doing, man? Oh no, that one's pretty high tide.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
That's low. New course 080.
Kurs 8, 0.
Such a massive structure, man. Right you are.
Kurs 7, 9.
Let's fast forward that a little bit. I enjoy sailing the boat in, but I think it's boring to watch for you guys.
Oder
Starboard 5.
5 Grad. Steuerbord.
Midships?
Oder mittschiffs. Oder mittschiffs.
There we are, safe and sound at home again, after being more than a month at sea. Counting both sorties as one. So I think our crew is fit for shore leave this time.
Die EU ist von ihrer letzten Unternehmung sehr beeindruckt. Solide Arbeit, Herr Kommandant.
Thank you. Oh yes, we did have critical damage because of that rocket attack. Alfred Engler gets his Iron Cross second class. And he just gets 1 point for mission completed. I'm sorry, man. I mean, with Goldschmidt, I would have assumed that you're also German. I just thought that was not a real name. I just thought that was a nickname. Is it a real name? And campaign mission completed. That was Atlantic Operations Part 4. Lovely. Yeah, we shot down 1 aircraft. That was it. Not much happening on this trip. But Engler got a level up. And I think that's his last level up then. Yeah, level 5. So what... I do have a navigator. I don't need that. I don't want that, to be honest. Personal skills. I think I don't have anyone with that. That might be a good idea. The strength growth on the ship is slowed by 10%. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. I see, I see. Right, let's send them on vacation. Oh,
Ja.
Were you inspecting the screws? What the hell? Oh, you can actually see the screws from up here. Funny that they have no... I mean, you can see how much the screws protrude from the side. It's funny that they have no screw protectors on the hull up here. I guess they were not put into position because those would create drag and thereby noise. I think the American subs have them.
Ich bin Ihr Verbindungsoffizier, um die Befehle vom BDU weiterzuleiten. Wie kann ich Ihnen behilflich sein?
My crew needs a break.
Zu, Herr Kommandant.
I think the French Chateau is still the best one. And then my head cannon, that just means that they get to go home. Alright, 21 days. We need oil, first of all.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
We need more food. Always need more food. Cheese and pork and fruit. We still have bread from the supply boat. We're gonna keep that. We need fuel. We need more coffee, naturally. And then what we also need is... Oh no, I don't want to take command of a different boat. I'm quite happy where I am. I want to upgrade my boat, and that is with new batteries. And I
Sehen Sie
think
sich die Lagerbestände
torpedo-wise
an.
we're good. Yeah. Nice. 20 days in dry dock. Oh yeah, we have to do English. But that's it. I had, like, we all learn English at school anyway, so it's really just they try to improve your English above the school level of English, and I was shocked. I was actually shocked by the level of English that my comrades were speaking. It sounded like I was back in 7th grade. Like some of them were so bad in English. Now I was very fortunate. My parents were quite well off, and both my brother and I we got to spend half a year of our school time to spend in a different country. So my brother went to Canada and I went to New Zealand for half a year for the first half of my year 11. So my English was always well, after I came back from that, like my English was I don't want to say perfect, but good enough for school. So I never struggled with English after that ever again. It's actually gotten worse since then. Like in 2009, I think my English was better than it is now, which is one of the good things about streaming again. Is I just get to babble a lot and get to hone my English skills again. So yeah, English in the academy, English was no issue for me. But for my comrades, some of them really struggled with it. So it really was like more of a refresher more than anything. I don't think we did anything that went beyond school English at that point. It was just finding out what level we are all at, realizing that some of them are on grade 7 level, and then put them up to level 9 or 10. But it's still alright, because if you sail into a NATO convoy, if you sail in a NATO task force or anything, like the others, they don't speak English much better than us. So especially if you, and it's with the dialects and accents, it's even harder. Like if you're in a NATO strike group or something, some Italians and some Spanish and some Dutch. Man, radio sounds funny, man. It's crazy. Hi, it's Flippo, and also, hey, Wolvaloo. Welcome back. Welcome back in, you guys. Right, our crew is back from vacation, I think, and the problem is that I lost 2 men.
Ja.
So I need 2 new men.
Kommandant, diese Rekruten könnten sich als wertvolle Unterstützung für diese Rekruten...
They've gotten expensive, look at that, 1000. They used to cost 200. Erwin Langenbein, sure. And Daniel Lorenz is back from detention, or his what's it called? A court-martial punishment. Now I think the dead guys are still part of the... Yeah. Okay, so let's just get rid of all of them. Let's just make a fresh roster. That way we know where everyone is. I hope I didn't lose one of the Peters brothers. Peters. We did lose one of the Peters. No. Osman gets Konrad. Leimkühler gets Schwarz. And Mai gets Müller. One of the Müllers. And then we've got Max Fischer, Karl Sommer, Johannes Gruber, Gustav Schumann, Georg Schulz, and Felix Seifert. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be more than 6, right? Should be... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, no, it should be 6. And then we get from the top... Clark, Weber, Osman, Herzfeld, the other Müller, and Langenbein. And then that should be... After Langenbein should be Seifert, and he should be in the other group already. Yeah, there he is. So 6 per watch, and then 4 on the officers, meaning 10 soldiers for each shift. Yeah. Okay. We have an unqualified soldier who has already turned into a sea wolf. I don't think I do. Nope. Karl Sommer needs to be specialized, and Schulz and Seifert and Langenbein. And if I look at my specializations, I still have 10 diving specialists. Okay, good. I just need here Langenbein, Seifert, Schulz and Sommer. Those are the 4 that still need to be specialized. Okay. I think we're ready to go then. All my officers are level 5, that's also pretty cool. Okay, we need a new mission then. Crew is fully relaxed with last vacation. Yeah,
Ich
good.
bin Ihr Verbindungsoffizier, um die Befehle vom BDU weiterzuleiten. Wie kann ich Ihnen behilflich? Dies sind aktuelle Einsatzbefehle vom BDU, streng geheim.
Let's see. I think I have to cut 23 points. I can probably mix around a little bit. Weather station deployment. Yeah. Yep. Why not? I need a free slot, right? Free space in the storage for the weather station. Yep.
Benötigen Sie.
But
Sehen Sie sich die
thankfully, we
Lagerbestände
do
an.
have some spare parts. I could sell the spare parts, the scrap metal, but it doesn't cost anything. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that first. Then they're gonna put the weather station in there. I can sell it. Okay, for 9,000. We're gonna get rid of the high caliber ammo. And we're gonna take vegetables with us for sure. 85, that's a good haul. Takes 4 hours to put that in.
Benötigen Sie. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
And can we get more? No. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the scrap metal. I like to have a bit of reserve there. What time is it? 17:56. What a horrible time to cast off, but we're gonna do it anyway. Both engines dead slow head.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Ich hoffe, dass der Einsatz zur Einrichtung einer Wetterstation reibungslos verläuft und wir keine unerwünschte Aufmerksamkeit vom Feind auf uns ziehen.
Well, I hope so too, but I assume it's not gonna be that. Rudder amidships. Actually, where do they want me to put that? Oh. What island is that? I have never seen that. Iceland. Is that Jan Mayen? I suppose it is, yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah, you're right. The dimensions are a bit off, but we've figured that out before. Iceland is way too stretched. It should be much taller than this, and it is because every map that we know is a Mercator projection, and this game for some reason does not use a Mercator projection. So the islands and especially the most northern latitudes, they are very, very stretched in a matter that is unfamiliar to us. I forgot what kind of projection this game uses, but it's not a Mercator projection. if it was a Mercator projection, that's the easy way you can find out. If I were to draw a circle right here, it would not be perfectly circular, it would be an ellipse because of the stretch, and it's not. I can drag this, and it's 80 miles this way, and it's also 80 miles this way, and that is impossible on a Mercator projection. Right, okay. Yeah, let's go through the open lob. I do like the date. The sunlight belongs to Norway. Well, then in that case, it's ours then. I suppose. Does it have a blue shimmer to you? Nah. Also, I feel like this is not a Atlantic Theatre operation. Oh wait, it is. Because the weather station on Lord Labrador is its own little mission. Ends on June 6, 1944. Oh, I don't think we'll be able to finish this. Damn. When do the Atlantic operation end? April 27, 1945. Okay, so they go up to the end. Okay.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
That was a very short lock time. Both engines slow speed.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And take us out.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
And we're gonna go half ahead and try to make as much way as possible on the surface before we have to eventually crash dive because of enemy airplanes. Both engines half ahead and also raise the snorkel. We'll be ready. 13 knots, good speed of advance. Yeah, the projection makes it crap. But, I mean, it is in the Arctic. It's at 71 degrees. And if I look at it on the Google Maps, hang on, can I get a fix here? 71 degrees. Yeah, the coordinates are correct. It's just that Mercator projections are they stretch north and southwise, and in this game it doesn't stretch as much. I'd have to look. Can I get a 3D view of like on the globe? Google Earth used to do that, didn't it? Google Earth is now a website. Perfect. Okay. Let me check that on Google Earth then. Yeah, it's still it still doesn't look like that. Looks like it should be way further up. Yeah, this projection is it's just weird. I think the safest way is probably to go like this, maybe refuel, and then go this way. And drop in from the north here. Stay outside of Allied aircraft range as long as possible. Merchant ship at 10 degrees. It's not gonna be one of ours, right? Well, I would love to look at it, but... Freighter, 1 degrees. Oh, it's Portuguese. Okay. Well, I mean, I gotta check that.
Kurs setzen. Kurs setzen.
Uganda.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
I'm still in vision of the land? No, but close to. Right, send a delegation to the... Oh, which one was my Portuguese speaker? I forgot his name. Damn. I will take the Spanish speaker. And also navigator and also merchant. Where is he? There, merchant. And 7 random crew members, and hopefully the Portuguese speaker is among them. He speaks German, okay, nice. I would like to see the shipping documents. He wants to go to Lisbon, that probably checks out. What's he carrying? Food. I'm just gonna make up some claims. Didn't work. And we use our skills and it comes out correct. Okay, thank you, bye bye. Hard starboard.
Ruder, hart Steuerbord.
Both engines hard ahead.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
And the
Ruder
midships.
Mittschiffs.
Yeah, that was fine. Okay, get out of the aircraft range.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I probably just need one course for now.
Auf diese Koordinaten
I don't need
setzen.
to plan my whole voyage ahead. It's not gonna go my way anyway. Alright, crew should be kinda happy. Yes, they are. Why does Reinecke not have a soldier? World Cup Pfeiffer, where is he? He did not do double tasks. He should have a soldier. Let's wait for the watch change.
Herr Kaloy,
There.
ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Look up Pfeiffer, what the f... That's a court martial right there. There a protocol for Arctic sailing or anything out of the ordinary? Well, depending on whether or not you pass the ice border, you would you just do normal stuff like more lookouts. Make sure that you don't run into ice sheets, because they're treacherous, like icebergs you can see for miles and miles. Obviously they're dangerous as well because they extend underwater, so you never know really how far they are. How far they extend underneath the water, so you want to stay as far away from them as possible. But ice sheets, they like barely break the surface. Like shipping containers, when they fall overboard, like they are just hovering up on the surface and get overwashed by water, so they're very hard to see. So you put up extra lookouts, but that's about it. And you gotta make sure that your ship is even
Alarm.
capable of going behind the ice into icy waters. If you don't have an ice class, then you just avoid it altogether, basically. Where are they? Directly ahead, lovely. Okay. Thanks, speed.
Schneller, schneller.
Near the bridge.
Erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Standseerohr besetzen.
Let's send them a message that we are diving from enemy.
Ja,
Sounds like it's more than one.
ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seemotive. Bootführung umlegen.
Bring us down to 100 first.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. 10 Meter.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Right, you go on that damage control.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Avoid icebergs. So yeah, that's a very important thing to memorize.
Meter.
Oh, I hear propeller noise. Are we about to be depth charged? Probably.
Horchraum besetzt.
70 Meter.
Meter.
Sounds okay. Yeah. Okay, both engines slow speed ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
How much time do we have with the new batteries? 1 day and 2 hours on slow speed. The air doesn't last nearly as long.
Alarm beenden.
That means we can speed up.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
We can just go full speed for half a day. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's wait until it's 16:30. There we go. Already cancelled the alarm, very nice.
Auf
Bring us up to
Seerotiefe.
periscope depth.
Jawohl. 95 Meter. 75 Meter. 55 Meter. 15 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
And both engines slow speed.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
There we go. Now at 1800 hours there will be another watch change. And there we go. He's got Pfeiffer in his squad. That seems to be... Yeah, okay. Good. And you stand relieved. Now what about the other watch? Works as well. Lovely. That's gonna take a while on snorkel. Incoming message from U9397. Okay, let's hear it then.
Funkraum besetzt. Eines unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein mögliches
Convoy
Ziel
inside.
innerhalb unserer
Square Bravo
Reichweite
Foxtrot
gemeldet.
126. Okay. Course 0687 knots. Yeah, we're not gonna get that. Just happily snorkeling along.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, that weather looks ghastly. Actually, it doesn't. Why are you struggling with the... okay, now it's fine. Okay. Yeah, you can see snorkeling out of aircraft range takes a long time. Also, a bit of a problem that we can't use the maximum time compression. On the way back, you could port Reykjavik. Yeah, I could. No, I've been to Reykjavik. My ship, when I became an officer cadet, my ship that I was serving on until then was bound for Reykjavik. That was the next stop. And it was somewhere in Sweden is where we were at the moment, I think. Oh, where's that big port that Belltops always stops in? Hang on, let me find that out. There's this one massive NATO port in Sweden. Forgot the name, damn it. Somewhere on the eastern side, of course. And we were airlifted out from that with civilian airliners, and I had to. That was the most ridiculous trip I've ever done, because just from going from Sweden to Germany, we had to go because the German government always obviously chooses the cheapest option because that's how much you're worth to them. And I think my trip was like from Sweden to Copenhagen to the Netherlands, and then I think short trip to some airport in Eastern Germany, and from that to my final destination, because they didn't want to book the direct trip because that was so expensive for them. That was ridiculous. And obviously there were delays and all that, and we missed all of our flights, and we had to call the embassy, and horrible. But I remember that the funniest thing was that the airport was closed when we arrived, and I've never seen a closed airport before. And then just we were obviously all hungover because we had a big going away party. And at some point, then just the clerks from the airport arrived and opened up the airport, and there were no security checks either because it's just Sweden. Well, Sweden 10 years ago. And I remember my ship was bound for Reykjavik. After that, they were doing... I think they explicitly went up there because they wanted the ship to have its polar christening. So whenever a ship first goes into the Arctic Circle, then that ship is with every water of the... Like there's German Navy tradition that you paint the nose of the ship. I think there's like a red ring. Can't remember the exact colors, but I think there's a red ring for the center mounting, or the center. Oh, what's it called? I'm gonna have to Google that again. There's a hole basically in the front of the bow where you put ropes through. For mooring and all that, and at the very front one, A horse. The fair leads? Probably fair lead. The center fair lead, you paint it a certain way. You paint a red ring around it if the ship has gone over the equator, and then a yellow ring if it's ever gone into the Arctic Circle. And I think they specifically wanted to do, after Baltops was done, they specifically wanted to take the ship to Reykjavik and then just dip into the Arctic Circle for like 2 minutes and then go back down, just so that they can get that yellow ring on the F218. And I unfortunately missed that because I was bound for Lensburg, which is right here, I think. Which is where the German Naval Academy is, which is a giant fucking castle. Nicknamed Hogwarts by the
Eine Gruppe. Peilung 335 Grad. Ja?
2 to 3 units. They seem to be stationary.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Okay. Yeah, the snorkel is struggling now. Okay. Low ballast.
5 Meter.
Yeah, thank you. Both engines half speed ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Ja?
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Another sound bug there. I don't like that.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
There we go. And lower
erwarte Ihre
the
Befehle.
snorkel.
Schnorchel einfahren.
What about water in the bilge? Yeah, that as well.
Lenkspumpe einschalten.
Oh! There's one, starboard side abreast. Beam. Abreast. Ah, English. It's a beam. Or abreast. That can't be right. That's just my translator software not knowing what that means because it's nautical lingo. A beam at right angles to the keel of a ship, so it is 90 degrees to either port or starboard. Oh, okay. Abreast is only used when it's two ships side by side. A beam is for a bearing. Okay, okay. That's a beam. Doesn't look like it's picked us up though. We're just gonna write that out. Maybe that thing's already on the way back home. Oh, it could be. Ah, it's that convoy. That's a radar signature from a ship, not from a plane. That little 3-ship task force that we picked up earlier. Yeah, that's likely it. Can't see it though. Promise I don't see any smoke columns on the horizon. I'm gonna assume that they did not pick us up yet. Quite a few. If you're an officer cadet, then unfortunately you get transferred around a lot. You do trainings on one and then on the next. But like properly serve, I only did on the F218. I got a frigate Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, which is named after the German province right here. Many German names have a hyphen in them because after the war they shuffled all of them around, so the province Mecklenburg and Pommern were put into one new federal state. I don't know why they did that. So that's a submarine, anti-submarine warfare frigate basically. Obviously they all have like anti-ship and anti-air capabilities as well, but the main point of the F-123 class frigate is that she can drop a torpedo every 2 minutes. So that she's an ASW ship. I was then loaned, that was when I was still an ordinary sailor, like an E1 up to E2. I was then transferred to the frigate Hamburg. Now we all know Hamburg is right here. And I did a trip. I was loaned out for because navigators mates were worth their weight in gold back then. I was loaned out to the frigate Hamburg, and we did carrier strike group with the Americans down here in this area. The frigate Hamburg is an F-124 class. That's an anti-air frigate. Very, very capable anti-air ship. I think the 124 class frigates are probably the best ships we have, and probably the only good ships we have as well. The F-123s were pretty good, but they're obsolete now. They're too old. I then also did like when I was a young officer cadet, like an ensign, I think would be the English translation. I was the second decks officer on the Frankfurt am Main, which is a fleet supply ship. Frankfurt is about there. And then afterwards I was a third supply officer. That sounds like I was doing logistics, but it was really more of a bridge position. On the North Rhine-Westphalia, which is the province right here, another hyphen. And on the Rheinland-Pfalz, another hyphen, which is down there. So that was pretty much it. And then during training I was on some minesweepers and fast patrol boats, and they have names of little villages and towns, and I have no idea where those are located. Right, we've got radar warning. It's still the same one? Yeah, okay. Never mind then. Oh! Report position and fuel. Add weather report. Okay, can do. Now, is that gonna give away our position? Probably. 175. Two of them. One of them's a plane, that's for sure. The way it speeds out. And now it's coming for us, I think. Yep. We're gonna shoot that down. No, you go on the bridge, you go on the AA guns. You go on command. You do battle damage control, that's good. You can also do battle damage control. I bet we were. Cease fire. We'll hold fire. What are you doing there? Get on the AA. No, Langenbein, where are you from? Whose squad are you part of? Oh, battle damage control. What are you doing on that deck? Oh, where are you? Should be seeing it soon. Aircraft detected. Now it's really beeping. Very close now.
Funkraum besetzen.
There it is.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Open fire! Stop it. Lucas Wellington. And he missed.
Oder Mitschiffs.
Very close though.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Very rough seas here. Barely doing 11 knots, even though we're at full speed. Can we get to it? Yes, we can.
Feindfahrt voraus.
Two survivors. Yep, we'll take them.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Schneller,
And
schneller.
we continue on our merry way.
Sich zur Wache.
Cancel the alarm.
Herr Kanoi, wir sollten das Boot nach versteckten Schäden absuchen.
Fine.
Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der
You guys go on command duty. You go on command duty.
Ich könnte etwas
And then Richard do the checks. I thought you already did them, to be honest. And you can send one of your boys to repair the bow tubes, but did get a little dent.
Bugrohre wieder einsatzbereit.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Those checks were done, therefore
Alarm beenden.
cancel alarm. Everybody go back to normal. There we go. Yeah, man, we gotta finish our playthroughs before the DLC drops, eh?
Kondensstreifen.
Oh.
Peilung 210 Grad. Alarm! Flugzeug in Sicht. Peilung 210 Grad.
Another one. That was quick.
Schneller, schneller.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache. Funkraum besetzen.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Kaloi. Ich kümmere mich darum.
Telekom besetzen.
Oh, there it is. Shedding height. Trying to do that low run. Oh no, hey. It's just leaving. You can spot us. It didn't have radar. Lucky.
Alarm beenden.
Yep, okay.
Halbe Fahrt. Voraus.
Off ahead. Oh, and I just noticed the connection is not as good. Yeah, we're dropping frames at the moment. Okay. Let's see if that gets better. Starboard side ahead. Okay, yeah, we'll just dive then.
Große Fahrt voraus.
And extend the snorkel.
Jawohl. Schnorchel ausfahren.
Who's doing the snorkel?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kanoy?
On.
Schnorchel ausfahren.
I explicitly remember giving that order. Snorkels out, therefore bring us down to 100. Weather's not good for snorkeling anyway.
100 Meter.
Of course.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
There we go. Yeah, of course we have submarines. That's probably the best submarines in the world, in my opinion.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter. Meter.
My connection is fine. I have no idea why OBS is dropping so many frames. I'm just gonna let that run for a while. I mean, I've got the stream open on a second screen and it looks okay, so I'm just gonna keep going. And fast forward a little bit.
Meter.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Fellows detected, 50 more.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Medium closing in. I mean, that's just... Man. That's just coming right for us. Bearing 292. Okay, new course.
100 Meter.
Well, if it is in 292.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Current course of 281. 281 minus 292 equals 11 degrees to port. that's a course of 349.
Aktuelle Tiefe 95 Meter.
No. Nonsense. Also
Kurs
271.
271.
100 Meter.
What am I calculating here? That was nonsense. I see them in 301. And I'm going 271. Course of 212? Yes.
Kurs
Yes.
213.
Plus, not minus, obviously. There we go. Let's observe that for a while. We have them dead ahead, and they are 16 to 26 miles away at... We're gonna wait until 3 AM. We're gonna attack that. 357, 10 to 16.
Meter.
So a margin of 6 miles. And that's at 3 AM.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
And then we're gonna wait for half an hour.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
And the contact is already breaking up into smaller groups. What the hell? Where did that go?
95 Meter.
Ja.
Did that just despawn?
Kurs setzen. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 80 Meter. 50 Meter.
Tauchen auf 20 Meter.
20
What the hell? Hey? Periscope
Auf
depth?
Seerohrtiefe.
10 Meter. Wie
Upscope?
lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
That's low.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Rundumblick eingesteuert.
They just despawned.
Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget.
No, there they are. What the hell is up with my hydrophone, man?
Tagwerk ist getan.
Can't hear anything with that. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Nope. Okay. I guess we don't get hydrophone today.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, probably. Something like that. speaking of food, well, two things about speaking of food. One, how's our galley doing? Not too well. We can probably restock here. Yeah, once the vegetables run out, the fruits run out, we're gonna replace it with vegetables. Yeah, we'll definitely get them. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a cost estimate of them then.
Herr Kapitän?
They just disappeared. Our hydrophone range for some reason. That's so weird. Oh, I can hear my own propeller. Just nothing else. There's a contact. Stern. Oh, it could be that the convoy is bugged and is stationary. That's why it's not causing any sounds. But I doubt it. Well, that depends, man. Depends on how good your master of provisions is. Because he's the one who's in charge of the chefs. Or the cooks, I should rather say. And if you have a good one and he lets his cooks do what they want, then the food is pretty good. And if you get unlucky, then it sucks. But we used to have a saying, like it's like feeding as if you're in the army, eating as if you're in the Air Force, and feasting as if you're in the Navy. Navy has good food on board. Because it's a well-known fact that morale is forged in the galley. So it's one of the easiest ways to create morale, basically. If you just have good food. Right, let's turn towards them. See what we can do here. Yeah, bearings are not drifting. Could very well be that they're stationary. If they are, I'm not gonna attack them because that's just bug using and I don't want to do that. Yeah, look at those columns, they're straight up. Hang on, let's see this. They're probably all stationary, eh? Yeah. Shame, good convoy. Lots of C3s in there. Oh, free French ship, look at that. Yeah, okay.
Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
Herr Kapitän?
We're not gonna do that.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Alarm beenden.
I don't like bug using. That would just inflate my tonnage numbers to a point they don't deserve.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
It's a bug. It's just a bug. Sometimes it happens. And I mean, you know, they were moving and then they suddenly stopped. It's just a bug.
Meter.
Schraubengeräusche, mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung 205
And they
Grad.
stopped again.
Schraubengeräusche, großer
Now they're moving
Konvoi.
again, and if I get closer, they're
Peilung
gonna stop again,
240
probably.
Grad.
Yeah, okay, let's stay away from that. That's just weird.
50 Meter.
Oh, air quality. Yeah. Periscope tap.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
And you go on the dive planes, that we don't overshoot.
30 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, that's just surface. The weather is not that happy.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Right, okay. What? Already? Oh yeah, there's one. Double side stern. Okay. Well, turn on the compressor. We'll leave the snorkel up then.
Kompressor einschalten.
Maybe we'll have to dive. I need air quality though. Hey there, Ryan. How are you doing, sir? Köln class ships. Yes, the Köln class was, I think, the first or the second lot of destroyers that we built ourselves. After the war, we got Fletcher destroyers, and then after that we got the after that we got the Köln class, the F-120 class. Then after that we got the F-121 class, which I think was the Lütjens class, and then after that F-122, which was the Bremen class, and those ships were still in service when I entered the Navy. And one of the things that I did was I was a safety officer when they pulled the last one of those into the dry dock and to decommission it. So I did set foot on one once, I just never really served on one. And that was the Augsburg, I think. Yes, and the Köln class, those were like destroyers. The English Wikipedia tells me that they were frigates. Look at that. Ah yes, and okay, so they were frigates, Köln class frigates, and they were in service together with the 101 Alpha class, the destroyers of the Hamburg class. Okay. Yeah, but I mean they were in service from 1961 to 1981, 1989. I was not even born then, so I can't tell you much about them. I'm afraid. Okay, so hang on. I'm gonna maybe clip that. Because we've been talking about this just earlier. I'm just gonna do it once properly. And then maybe I'll make a frequently asked questions video or something, because I don't want to bore the viewers. We're talking about this all the time. I don't want to be Pirate Software talking about Blizzard all the time. It's just hang on, can I... Let me go into studio mode? Yes. Right, here we go. That's the first ship I ever served on. That big old chonker. That is the frigate Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. And she's an anti-sub frigate, basically. Hang on, let me switch that to English. There we go. Yes, okay. Let's just go. Let's let the sub dive while we talk about that. That was my very first ship. I was an E1 on that, and then that's a very famous picture, that one. After that I was serving on a Saxony class frigate, which was the frigate Hamburg, which is a major air defender. But I only served there for half a year for one trip, because I was loaned out. And then after that I served on a... Oh, they don't even have that shown here, okay. Oh yeah, that's the Naval Academy. Like, it's supposed to look like the Marienburg in the Teutonic Castle in Poland nowadays. That's what the architecture was like. The room down here is the mess where you would eat your lunch. It's a nice building. Hang on.
60 Meter.
Corvette Squadron, Submarine Squadron, Auxiliary Squadron, Trostgeschwader doesn't have its own. Okay. Doesn't have its own article. Damn. Okay. So you were asking about the submarines. Those are our submarines. The 212 Alpha class. A hydrogen powered. Very nice. Very quiet. Do we have an article? Oh, there we go. List of active German Navy ships. Nice. That I also served on these ones, and I also served on, where do we go? There we go. Berlin class. That was a supply ship. I served on that as a second decks officer for about half a year, and that was my last seagoing commission here. That was on the Nordrhein-Westfalen and the Rheinland-Pfalz. Those are the newest ones we have, and I cannot say anything good about them because they don't have a VLS system. They're basically defenseless against submarines because they don't have a hull-mounted sonar. They don't have a towed array. They don't have helicopters with dipping sonars. They're just completely blind when it comes to underwater warfare. And they don't have a VLS for incoming incoming missiles. They only have the point defense of the ram launchers. And the main thing about this ship is it's basically a literal combat ship. They've got these boat hangars for small attack craft that you can put out to deploy Marines. That's their main thing, and the 127mm gun with course correcting ammo, so that the ammo guides itself to target while it's in the air. So it's for like coastal bombardment and all that, but it's not really. Like, I wouldn't want to go to war with that thing because it's super large, very prominent target, and basically it needs to be protected, so I wouldn't want to be on one. They were fun to sail, don't get me wrong. They were fun to sail because they have obviously they have two propeller shafts, and they also have two rudders, one rudder for each propeller shaft, so they're very, very nimble, even though they're super large, and they have a bow thruster as well. So whenever you moor or unmoor, we didn't need tugboats. We could just do that by ourselves. That was very, very good. Nautically, they're very, very fun. But apart from that, I really wouldn't want to serve on that. Okay, maybe I'll clip that and put that up as a separate thing. So whenever someone asks what I served on, I can just show them that. Right, we have dived down to 100 meters and we are safe at the moment here. Oh no, that's not my father. My father did not serve in the Navy. My father served in rocket artillery. I'm the only one in my family to ever go out to sea. A very, very land-born family. They look cool, yeah, it's true. They do look cool. You think that sinking all the warships in a convoy and boarding all the merchants, could that work? Oh man, no. First of all the merchants are armed now, so that wouldn't work. And even if you could, where would you keep that personnel to do that? I mean, that's like early in the war. I think they still took, especially in World War I, they did take enemy ships as prizes and sail them home. That just didn't work for long. Right, let's go down to half ahead and wait for half an hour and then...
Alarm beenden. Aktuelle Tiefe.
Yeah, we need to go back up to the surface and get some fresh air in the boat. There we go. I need Uboat on the dive planes and I want to go up to periscope depth.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Let me check if someone made a mod for sea power. Because that's something I want to do as well. I know that there is a Saxony class frigate mod, which is a very, very good mod for sea power. But I don't think there's a Brandenburg mod. No, there's not. Because I do want to make a mission. I do want to make a mission for the German Navy with the German modern assets. I did make one mission with the Saxony class frigate and the two Lütjens class destroyers, but I do want to have Brandenburg class frigates as well. That would be awesome. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll get them soon. Yeah, okay, there's one mod that just reuses assets and kind of mishmashes them together, but that's not the same thing. Yeah, I guess I'll have to wait. I'll probably do sea power once more at some point. Right, okay. Yeah, snorkel seems to be working fine. Maybe not. Yeah, we should surface. Okay. Yeah, that seems too rough. There we go. Turn on the compressor. Okay. Batteries are charged. Yeah. Both engines half ahead is already given. Let's get out of the aircraft range. Oof. 30 degrees. That's a lot of them. I don't think that's planes. That sounds more like a convoy. Let's head straight for that. Full speed. What happened to East German Navy after the unification? Well, it was dissolved, and the Federal German Navy turned into the German Navy, and some of the sailors got taken over. Like, obviously, with many of the East German personnel being literal communists, you had to vet them rather well to find out whether or not they are capable of serving, or whether or not they want to serve for a free democratic country. And some of them became German, West German, or unified German Navy men. I honestly don't know what we did to their ships. – 27,000 soldiers only. Three Coney class frigate, the Rostock. Wow, one of the ships was called Berlin, capital of the GDR. Like, not Berlin, the ship was called Berlin, capital of the GDR. Like, rubbing it in that they claim Berlin to be their city. It's crazy. And they had a lot of Soviet helicopters. Sukhoi Su-17s. I wonder, yeah, actually, I wonder what we had to do to those three Coney class frigates. What happened to them? Anti-submarine warfare frigates built by the Soviet Union. Well, maybe you have to look into that. Because I mean, hey, free frigate. Why wouldn't you keep that? Yeah, there's a convoy. I can see them on there. Okay, and I see their columns going to the right, so we're going to do 45 degrees to starboard. Try to intercept them. Lower the snorkel. Unfortunately, the weather is not that good. Alright, dive, dive, dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
That's the stream health. Stream health is fine now. Okay, good. Right. Standard operation. EO and second officer of the watch are in the CIC, maintaining command. Radio man is on the EDC. Actually, no, he's not our. No, he's radio man, right? The medic. Yes, and he's the designated radio man, hydrophone operator. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, you do the hydrophone stuff. You're on the TDC. You're on the engines, and you're our torpedo man. And for some reason, he can't maintain 2-1. Why is that? Has he already done it? No. Is it flooded, maybe? It is. Why? Dry. Oh, that's gonna be horrible for rust. That torpedo we can basically throw away. Been in there for weeks now with seawater. That thing is probably... has to be
Herr Kapitän?
discarded as UXO, unexploded ordnance.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
I had a superior once who was a Kapitänleutnant, but he was a, I guess in American you would call it a warrant officer, so specialized subject specialist. And he was a first lieutenant, Kapitänleutnant, and he was from the Volksmarine, from the People's Navy of the GDR. He made the jump to the Federal German Navy after the unification. And he was a good superior. He cared well for us. It was the time when all of our ID cards, military ID cards, were made into these plastic thingies with the well, we had paper IDs before that, and then they got turned into little like credit cards, like the same format with a little chip inside, so that you could also use them to access IT. Very good system. And he made sure that we got ours because we were kind of out of the loop where we were stationed. We could have gotten in trouble if we hadn't. It's a bit complicated. We could have gotten in trouble for not making the switch to the new ID, but there was no way for us on the way we were stationed to actually get those. So we were kind of between a rock and a hard place, and he just found a way for us to get those. That was a good thing for him. Good thing by him. Good man.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
And we lovingly called him the Volkskaloi, the People's Kaloi, People's First Lieutenant, because he came from the Volksmarine. Oh yes, man! Every NATO nation uses the Automelara 76mm autocannon. Every single one. I think the Americans even have that on their Coast Guard cutters. Like that is an insanely good autocannon, which is why everybody uses it. And the company doesn't even exist anymore. Automelara is called differently nowadays. Hang on, what's the name now? It's just a single word now. Leonardo. Yes. Leonardo. Also, still Italian. They unified with that
Ja,
company.
Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
Right, where are our friends? Let's go.
Ja.
Keep that up. There's our friends. Yeah, the not only the Brandenburg class, the Saxony class as well, and the Bremen class as well, and the corvettes that we have the 76mm as well. The fast patrol boats that we had them as well. Everything after the Lutyens class destroyer basically used the 76mm autocannon. And the 125 class, the Baden-Württemberg class, used the 127mm autocannon, but it's also made by Leonardo. So, yeah, they make good guns apparently. The Italians apparently make good guns. But let me just get a new coffee and then I'll tell you a fun little story. Let's wait for the Twitch people to come back from ads. There we go. Right, welcome back, Twitch. The German Navy, like you know the Americans, right? They have their Sea-Whiz, the close-in weapon system, the big old Gatling gun that they use to shoot down missiles or fighter jets or whatever comes in point defense range. They have that Sea-Whiz. The German Navy uses something very similar. It's the Marine Leichtgeschütz, the MLG. It's basically Marine Leichtgeschütz basically just means light naval gun, and it's a 27mm autocannon. It's a revolver cannon, so it's not quite a Gatling. It just fires through one barrel. It's but it is a revolver cannon, so it has a revolver drum like a Wild West 6-shooter that gets bullets fed in the bottom, and then the revolver turns, and on the top it gets fired, and the shell gets ejected on the way down. It's not quite a Gatling, but the loading mechanism works almost the same as with the Gatling gun. That gun is the same gun that is used in the what's it called? The Typhoon? No. What's the German fighter jet? Jesus Christ, my brain. The Tornado. Sorry, the Tornado. Same gun as used as in the Tornado fighter jet, and the issue was that the gun was too precise. Because if you fire at a missile, you don't want to hit in the same spot every single time, because if your aim is off and you miss, then you just miss with all the shots. So they had to artificially decrease the accuracy of that gun in order for it to spread a little bit, so that you actually hit incoming missiles, even if you aim slightly, if your aim is slightly off, because aiming at an incoming missile is obviously very, very hard, even for an automated system. So they made the gun worse in order to fit our purpose, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Leonardo makes helicopters, and they also, like we said, they also make guns. Artillery. They are a company for, what's it called? Aerospace engineering, and also artillery guns for some reason. Naval artillery guns, mainly. Right, I see them at 300 degrees, which is not ideal. I'm already way too close to them. We're just gonna keep going. If I fuck up this attack, we're just gonna disengage and re-engage. Get them that way. Calm down. Oh, did we have a watch change? Did we? Yeah, sorry. We're on battle stations, but absolutely, your watch change is more important. Christ almighty, you keep maintaining torpedoes, please. And you are definitely still on the hydrophone, and you are definitely still in command. And you are on the attack post. Actually, you don't need 2 more men to help you, basically. I mean, we have them, so why not? Stop stealing people. Hang on. What's going on here? Why do they take
Ich könnte etwas
men
Hilfe gebrauchen.
from someone else when I assign them?
Schraubengeräusche, großer Konvoi.
Yeah, I know, we
Peilung
can see them.
295 Grad.
Alarm beenden.
No! Why was that? Why do you guys just insist on doing your own thing?
Peilung.
We are on battle station, gentlemen.
Gefechtsstation.
Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
The bloody crew just refuses to listen to orders. Mauser BK-27. Yeah, that's it. BK is, I think, for Bordkanone, right? For on-board cannon is basically what that means. Yeah, and they basically took the inner workings of that gun, put a new chassis on it, and turned it into the MLG. Which is very cool because the shell ejection funnel is chainmail. It's so cool to see, like a knight would wear. Like where the shell gets ejected, it's got chainmail on it. Very, very cool.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Oh, the weather is really not nice for an attack, but we're gonna do it anyway. Okay, one of them is in 270 already, and that is definitely an enemy destroyer. I'm fairly certain about that.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, I don't know how true this is, but when they were testing for the MLG before the nerf, they fired a burst at a steel plate and it just made one hole, and all the shots went through the exact same hole, because that's how precise that thing is.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kanoi? Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
You just keep maintaining those torpedoes, man. Just keep maintaining. No, I was not in any sort of radio. I wasn't even allowed in the radio room because that's a high security area. My safety rating was not high enough for that. Later it was when I became an officer, but I think yeah, safety ratings also take a long time. And for the most time, as I was a second lieutenant, I didn't have a safety rating yet because it takes them like a year or 1.5 years to actually finish that. And then after that was done, I think I was allowed in the radio room, but I still had no idea on what they do there. So it's just not my cup of tea. I was a nautical officer. I have nothing to do with encrypting or electronic warfare or any sort like that. You're asking a lot of suspicious questions there, Mr. Goldschmidt.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
The same as infantry support machine guns, they are supposed to be slightly inaccurate to create a zone of suppression. Yes, but not with German machine guns. Like, that's not our doctrine. Like the big old Browning M2 and all that, they do that. But like American doctrine for suppressive fire, German machine gun fire is supposed to be precise. Actually, there's a with our marksmanship competitions that we have, there's a challenge to pop off single shots with it, even though it has no selector for it, which is very hard to pop off single shots with an MG3. I think our firing instructor, he managed to pop off 12 single shots in a row. And also we do basically we fire at a simulated range. Like they put a little canvas on the end that looks like a landscape at like 200 meters, but you put it at 50 meters. And it's like a barn and some enemy snipers lying in a field and stuff like that, and you're supposed to hit those precisely. Like we don't do suppressive fire. Like the suppression by a German machine gun is if you don't get your head down, the machine gunner will hit you directly, and that's why you gotta keep your head down.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Right, you go on the periscope, please. And you keep maintaining those torpedoes, man. Keep maintaining those torpedoes.
Herr Kaloin?
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Also, dry out the boat before we attack. Whilst we are able to make noise, we should absolutely do that. Fill up the galley. And also, what is the chart depth around here? It's probably very deep. Yes, it is. 4,000 to 5,000 meters. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. We're doing well. Okay.
Konvoi in Sicht! Peilung! 275 Grad!
Yes. Yes, Mr. Scholz, that's why we're on battle stations, even though you guys were all dismissing yourselves earlier.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
$190 is good. Gotta figure out where that frontal escort is. Probably that one. Yeah, hopefully there's a tanker in there. Right, that's low.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
I think we're in a good position here. We've got one at 260, so that one's already further aft than a beam, so I think we're in a good position here. That intercept worked well, even though I just completely eyeballed that. Please don't be stationary. Oh, they're definitely not stationary. Yep, I can see superstructures. They are not stationary. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
That's an escort, right? No. That's an Empire class. Empire something. That's an Empire something. That's a tanker. That's a C3, a Liberty. Could be an escort. That's an escort. At 320, and it looks like it's angle on bound 90. Okay.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Need to get further into the convoy. That's an escort.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Okay. So I think that one. Hang on, where is it? That one. That's a frontal escort, but it's not the only frontal escort. I think that one also is a frontal escort. So we have got the convoy like this. These are all ships. Maybe we've got 4 columns, who knows? And then there's one here, and those are both frontal escorts. And we are, well, relative to all of that, we're somewhere over here. Which is why we see one of them port side ahead and one of them pretty much port side abeam. If that makes any sense. So 2 frontal escorts. That's dangerous. Someone's heading straight for us, but it's also already past our beamline. I-49 by the Canadian military. Let's see what you are, sir. It is the USS Harridan, given to the Canadian Navy. It was reactivated in 1939, transferred to the Royal Canadian on September 24th, 1940. Yeah, she did escort duty mostly. She ran the cliff on the 25th of February 1944, Newfoundland. Repairs were only sufficient to make her watertight and she was taken to Liverpool, Nova Scotia. September 1944 she was... she should not be here, she should be out of commission. History check has revealed that that ship should be in dry dock right now and she should be... and then she's an ammunition hulk. Like she did not serve after that. And they pinged us and immediately found us. Random Aztec ping and they found us. Right, okay, that's not a problem. Hard to starboard. Flank speed.
Schneller, schneller.
Flood tube 5. That'll be that. Has a mast height, a draft of 2.74. So we'll send that down to 3.5. Magnetic pistols. Stern. Tube 5. Parallax correction backwards. Order midships. Angle on bow is 0. Probably a kilometer out, and speed is probably 30. Coming in rather quickly. Tube 5. Stern. Backwards. Yep, that looks good. Tube 5 launch. And then we're gonna get slow. Hard to port. Since that thing is now speeding at us at full speed, that should be the loudest propeller noise that this torpedo notices. And it's not. For some reason it's going somewhere else. Nice. I love the T5 in this game. Bring us down then. Oh, there we go. Yeet! It's too fast. It needs to drop its depth charge before the torpedo can catch up with it. Come on! Get him! Get him, boy! No, it's not a miss. That's a hit. Brilliant. Minimal damage. Yeah, but maybe the prop's gone. And we've got damage. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, we've got leaks. Well. There we go. Okay, so you're gonna fix that. And your sailors are gonna fix the other ones. Two more leaks. Okay, I don't think we'll survive this. Okay, Okay, about torpedo room. We've got one here. Let's see the other ones. Send one of your boys to repair that. And we're gonna go back to periscope depth.
10 Meter.
And you're gonna equate.
Kommandant.
Equalize, not equate. Seven leaks. Yeah, we're gonna die. That's not gonna work. Nice. I don't remember when that happened last time. Vents are damaged. Oh, that's not good. We're already dropping that. Oh, look at how much we're dropping. Yeah, that's it. GG! Well done. Should have sped up. How much water? 9. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that thing's gone. Repair the vents. The valves, sorry. Your men will repair the other hull breaches. Not that that's gonna make any difference, because we're at 260 meters.
Schott beschädigt.
Rushing depth, yeah, 300 meters. That thing's crazy, that boat. The valves immediately got destroyed again. Man. Guess I'm not allowed to fix that. $420 meters. There we go. Rushed at 451 meters. That's insane. Insane how deep that thing can go. Also, I'm kind of surprised that the what's it called? Come on, brain. Do the brainings. That the valves got immediately destroyed again. Apparently they are affected by external pressure or something? Hi, Germanov. Welcome in. It's arrived at the perfect time. Did the depth charge destroy the torpedo? I suppose they could. I mean, if a torpedo goes through a depth charge... Well, for one, the depth charge could disturb the water to such an extent that the magnetic field in this area is disturbed and the torpedo believes that he hits a target. Oh yeah, okay. No point in that. And on the other hand, just the sheer explosion could of course like knock out the steering gear or the propeller of the torpedo. I don't think you can cause a torpedo to explode by just setting off an explosion next to it, because it's not filled with gunpowder or anything. I think it's uses some kind of, well, not plastic explosives, but something like that. Actually, we can probably find that out. Can we find Schießwolle 36? Okay, that was an explosive compound. It's made from cotton. Okay, so no, it is an actual explosive that is flammable. 67% TNT, 8%. Yep, and 25% aluminium. Okay. Is it illegal to speak about things like this? Hexenite trodipennilamine. HND. Explosive chemical compound. C12H5N7012. And it's toxic. Okay, cool. Okay, so that stuff, yeah. Mostly used in torpedoes and naval mines. Yep. Schießwolle 36 was so. Aha! Okay, so it was very inflammable. Non-flammable. So that even if you hit the... Even if you shoot at the warhead with a 2 centimeter gun, it would burn, but it would not explode. So this is why the torpedoes had a little initial charge that would explode, and that explosion would trigger the main explosion. Right, okay. Interesting. I love that we learn everything we learn something every day in this. And we're still on flank speed. No, we're not on flank speed because they decided that it's a watch change and therefore they don't need to be on duty. Battle stations.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
You maintain torpedoes, everybody else is on the correct station. Good. And we're flank speeding. Gotta get in that convoy.
Konvoi in Sicht! Peilung! 280 Grad!
Mhm. So I suppose Schießwolle is, you can directly translate that with gun cotton. But it, yeah, Schießwolle 36, so it's its own thing, like they had their own mixture for it. Schießbaumwolle, if I looked at that in English, it's nitrocellulose, flash paper. Known as cellulose nitrate, flash paper, flash cotton, gun cotton, proxylene and flash string. Yeah, okay. Okay. Gun cotton. Right, both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Red light, we've already got red light, nice.
Alles klar! Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Now where's that I-49? The one that should not even be here. Because it should be
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
in dry dock after collision with the reef.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Thank you.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Bearings drifting left now, okay. Stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Again. Immediately. Oh, but they only pinged us once.
Kleine Fahrt
And they
voraus.
didn't raise the alarm yet. That's just a random ping then. Is there another one here? No. They did not determine that we're here. Maintain to 5 already maintained. Flood that. 3.5 meters. Parallax correction backwards. Stern receiver, tube 5. I have a feeling we're still gonna have to sync that. Oh no, it's the I-20. They changed the name. Or the number. Maybe it's a different one altogether, who knows? I was fairly certain that's the same one. It's one of those 4-stack ones. Which are all on the same height, so it's a Wix Clemens class, yep. Right, maintain those torpedoes and you get on the dive planes. We don't really need one on the engines right now. Yeah, they did ping us once, but they did not understand that there was something there, so the return signal must not have been that good. Maybe they think we're a whale. Any number of reasons why an operator interprets the signal wrong. Still want to shoot it though. Right, Wix Clemens class. Let us get the calculator on screen. So, that thing has a mast height of 28.3. And I spot him at 40 milliradians. 28.3 times 1000 divided by 40. 707.5. That is very close. You don't have to multiply that by anything because we are on the zoom out. So enemy range is 700. Enemy speed is probably 7. Let's do a measurement. Oh, maybe I should log on to that. Yeah. Right, ship length is 95.5. Yeah, absolutely. You basically just get a return. You ping your ultrasound in a certain direction, it reflects of something and it comes back. And then you can fine-tune your device to figure out the size of that object. And whales are a similar size to a submarine, so it can happen, yeah. Nowadays with sonar systems you get like on the screen you even get like a 3D model of what it's supposed to look like and stuff like that, but back then it was just you send a signal and the signal comes back, and then you have to, as the operator, you have to interpret what that is. So you ping it a few times, That way you find out its speed, and if the speed is something like 2 knots, then you know, oh, okay, it's probably just a whale. Or a U-boat on silent running, you never know. It suddenly changes course, like, you know, you have to kind of interpret what you get. Nowadays it's almost impossible, but it's still possible. All of them today in peacetime, you're more worried about hurting the whale with the active ping, because that's very, very uncomfortable for them, and if they're close, they can even die. Oh, that was 25 seconds, was it? Yeah. So, 95.5 divided by 25 seconds, 3.8 meters per second times 1.94 equals 7.4 knots. Yep. No angle on bow. Something like that. Distance 700. Not gonna set that. I just want that in there so that my dudes get experience points for that. That is pretty much 90. Backward, tube 5 is selected. Stern receiver, tube 5. Yep. Tube 5. Oh, it's not set to magnetic because we changed our... had to reload a save. Tube 5 launch.
Los!
Richard.
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich
That in
darum.
there. I'm gonna have a look at what that torpedo does. Did you already yeet off to a different direction? No, you did not. Okay. Hopefully you go to what I want you to go to.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Have you locked on? I think you have. Yes, you have. Good boy. Get him, boy. Sick.
20 Sekunden.
Blow out his propeller shaft.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Good range estimate. Poof.
Torpedoversager.
Incident. Ah! Also, I feel like the range, the depth that you set that torpedo to doesn't matter. It just goes for the sound, and that it changes its depth in the water as well. Because that would have been 1 meter underneath its keel, because I set it to like 3.5 meters, and that ship has a maximum draft of 2.7, and it just boinked right into the propeller. I feel like the torpedo does not care what I designated to do at all. It just does its own thing. Right, both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
These T5s, they do their own thing, man. And what I love about this is,
Herr Kaloi.
Richard May has a skill, right? Thorough. The officer carefully carries out maintenance of torpedoes, completely eliminating the risk of detonator failure. So we should not get any duds. Ever. And the T5 is the only torpedo that decides, I don't care about that skill, I'm gonna be a dud anyway. T5s are... they are fickle beasts, man. They're odd. Now, do I shoot it again? I think I do. So that's 100 milliradian on the mast height of 28.3. Okay, so 28.3 times 1,000 divided by 100, 283. That can't be right. Hey, Guns are shooting. Welcome back. Thing's not 200 meters away. Oh, it was on the zoom in. Yeah. Times 4. No, hang on. That's even worse. It was on the zoom in. Yeah, we sailed away from it. Yeah, absolutely. 1,130. Yep. That's correct. 1,130. There we go. 7.5. Are you... Ah, yeah, get on damage control. I want you in the CIC. Because then you make more damage, and we like more damage. Where is he? Come on, Richard. Richard, what are you doing?
Kapitän?
Nope, we already have water in the boat. Nice. Damage control. There you go. Flat tube 5. 4 meters. Let's do it that way. And we're gonna do an angle on bow of 120. 7.5. Yep. Okay. Tube 5 needs to be set to a magnetic pistol though. Because it changes that all the time. Tube 5. Launch! And that is all our stern tubes fired. We can now change back to bow receiver. We can change back to parallax correction forward. And our angle on bows will be beam. And we can select, well, salvo out of 1 and 4. And you can maintain those torpedoes.
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
Oh yeah, right, torpedo 1 is flooded for some reason. The torpedo 1 is the only one that's not maintained yet, so we're gonna start with that.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Try. Why was I not able to maintain tube 1?
Herr Kaloi? Alles klar.
Maintain
Ich
that,
werde
come
mich
on.
darum kümmern.
Tube 4.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
What's that one doing? Have you locked on? I think you have. What's that?
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Yes. Release a bunch of whales.
30 Sekunden.
Yeah, that would work. Just have, like, just lasso in some whales and have them follow your U-boat, and then when you do a convoy attack, you just cut off the lassos and let them do their own thing, and then the enemy has 5 sonar contacts instead of 1. It's a valuable, like a valid tactic.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Come on. Come on, boy. Get him. Get him. Get him. Poof! Minimal damage, yeah, true, but props are probably damaged. No, they're not. Okay, cool. That was pointless then. Oh, damn it. Now they know we're here. I just saw a tanker. There it is. That's my main target. Put that there. He's an Empire
Herr
tower.
Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm. eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Oh. Like he got hit in the shoulder by an RPG. Or did he get a back blast on the shoulder? Right, Empire Tower has a master of 26.6. You can use the charts. Yeah, 27 works out. Great. So on the zoom in. $60 milliradian. 16.5, yeah, that works. What happens if we calculate that? Calculation is always more accurate, I think. Yeah, let's keep with 60. So 26.6, we can be more accurate that way. 26.6 times 1,000 divided by 60, and then times 4, because we have to account for the magnification. 1.773, and the little chart says 16.5. Okay, so there's a difference of around 100 meters. Yeah, that's oof. Big oofs in chat for that one. Jesus Christ, like backblast is super dangerous, man. Like that'll be a very, very nasty burn wound. He fired it himself. How did you manage to fire that? How did he manage to fire that? That's crazy. Now what's that destroyer doing? Is it coming for us? No. Okay, good. I think I want to hit that one with tube 3, tube 2. Got tube 2. At a draft of 9 meters.
Rohr 2 bewässert.
And that's gonna go 30 knots, therefore we have to fix the enemy speed. Russian space magic or some shit, yeah, maybe. That's a C3 behind that. I think it should have. Like the aft section is probably damaged. But it doesn't look like he's very phased by it. Yeah, 2 T5s. Sent 2 T5s against that one to do absolutely nothing. Brilliant. Jawohl! Welcome, Kerberos. What? You weren't following me at Kerberos? How dare you? That's kidding, man. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
Which one was that? Dead King me. That's probably the I-20 that we hit earlier. I mean, the spotlights are aimed at us, so yeah, safe to say that they are coming for us now. No, it's not dead in the water. It's alive and well. It's happy. For some reason, it just did not care about the T5 in its propellers. Alright, that's 70 at this point. Just use the chart, that's quicker. 14.1. There we go, 7.5. Angle and bow. Obviously the other side. That's pretty much 90. We're gonna use 90. Tube 3 is ready at the correct depth. Yep. Tube 3 launch. Tube 2. That would have been a costly mistake. And then Richard. Give me another one. A little bit maybe. Maintain and load. And then Uboat, get on those engines. We're gonna need them in a second. Yes, we are. Tube 3. Blood Tube 3. 4.5 meters. Magnetic. Angle on bow 0. Tube 3 launch. Bring us down to 200 meters.
Tauchen auf 200 Meter. Aktuell 5
Der
Meter.
Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
And he decided to do its own thing. Of course it did. Just 90 degrees to the side, sure. Just, yeah. Soundkönigs are unreliable as fuck in this game. Blank!
Vollste Kraft voraus.
30 Sekunden. 20 Meter.
Yep.
20 Sekunden. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
And whilst the noise is going on, we can pump the boat out.
30 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40 Meter.
And drop anchor.
20 Sekunden. Fehlschuss.
How about this one? I think that one missed. Yes, it did. Yeah, they changed the speed, I suppose.
Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
And then, I mean, the Soundkönig, it will find a target at some point. Oh, it's going after the one that we fired the other torpedo at. Nice. Well, maybe we'll hit it after all, huh?
75 Meter.
Poof! Minimal damage. Why is that always minimal damage? Because they go for the prop and then they're too high, I think. Nah, it's not an underkeel hit, it's at the very stern of the ship. He's not good. Yeah, okay, bring us back to periscope depth.
Seerohrtiefe.
Boot 2 geladen.
Thank you.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Put in another one.
105 Meter.
No. Put in that one. Thank you.
Kleine
That's so.
Fahrt voraus.
And you get back on the dive planes. Because we're not done on the attack here. Yeah, man. I don't get your hyperfixation on that movie, man.
120
I mean, I like the movie, but the constant movie clips and all that, it's just too much for me. Three damage. What did we hit? Oh wait, the other torpedo hit something. The T3 missed
Herr Kaloin?
the initial target and then hit the one after it, and that caused heavy damage. Nice.
110 Meter.
Very nice.
Herr Kaloin?
Up scope.
Ja?
Herr Kapitän.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Oh,
Herr
ooh.
Kapitän.
Need you read
90
this
Meter.
when we report next.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Ah man, and that soundtrack, it's just... I don't know. When we're in battle, I just turn it off all the time because I need to fix
75 Meter.
focus on these propeller noises around me and all that. And I think the music kind of detracts from the experience here, especially when we're on silent running. Trying to evade.
55
50 meters.
Meter.
Yeah, keep going, keep going. Need to get back up there. Quickly.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
There we go. I might as well.
Tiefe 35 Meter.
Might as well stock up on food while we're down here and waiting for the boat to come back up. Can I clear out a
15
space?
Meter.
No, not yet.
Herr Kaloin, wir
I
sind
mean,
auf
we've
dem
just left
Boot
port.
für
We're at sea for
Rundumblick
5 days.
eingesteuert.
Standseerohr besetzen.
Get back on that thing. Come on. The Zaunkönig is going in the tube. Very nice. Yeah, so there should be one.
Bohr 3 geladen.
Did we hit that one? Maybe. There's the tanker. That's my target. Right. Course
Kurs
360.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
That's the Liberty right there. We're gonna use that as a new speed measurement. Take out the stopwatch. Reset that. Click. A Liberty has a length of 135.3. 135.3 divided by... What? What are you doing? Come on. Keep up. Click. Exactly, yeah. Kibbeling and maybe some nice Fischbrötchen. Also nice. Yes. Lapskaus, very good. We need Lapskaus on this boat. I feel like the speed measurement is already wrong. Reset that. I have a bad feeling about this. I think it was still because my helmsman was trying to hone in on this 360. That's probably where that happened. That is so weird. What's happening here? Oh, hello. Is that our friend? Yeah, that's the I-20. That's the one we hit. I mean, she looks to be a bit low in the water in the stern, but mostly unfazed by the hit. "45 seconds. I have a bad... I don't think that speed measurement is accurate. I don't know what's causing it. Like, we're going very slow and that's an angle on bound 90. Could be a good measurement. And our course is steady at 360. We're not being rocked around a lot. Are they really going that slow, maybe? They slowed down. Possible. Click. So that's 77 seconds. Times 1.904 equals a speed of 3.4 knots. I mean, we'll soon find out. He's going quicker than that. I don't believe that speed measurement. That's a T2, definitely.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Click. No, that is slow.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Oh, it's because we hit that, I think. And they're evacuating. They're slowing down. That's why. Yeah, JB White. That's the one we hit. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, that one's going slow. They're abandoning. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for stopping in, man. 40 seconds. Come on. The York. Good name. 45. Come on, come on, come on. Click. That's 54 seconds. Okay, so T4, T2 has a length of 152. 152 divided by 54 seconds times 1.904 equals 5.4 knots. Okay, but it is slower. 5.4 knots. Select salvo out of 1 and 4, flood 1 and 4. Torpedo depth. On the York, it has to be set to like 8 meters. And at 44 knots, obviously, we want that thing to run. Oh, we have to do a speed, a distance measurement as well. The York has 28.8 meters. So 29 meters. We use the chart because that's quicker. I don't want to pause the game for that. A cheaty. On the zoom in scale, I spot her at 70. So that's 15.2. at 5.5 knots. Angle on bow green 100. Tube 1 and 4 are selected. I want you to run like this, and then I want you to veer left. And I want you to go to 350. First one. Tube 1 and 4, launch! Hopefully that'll hit. Not sure about it though. That was a bit haphazardly done, a bit rushed. Right, Richard. Give me back my tube 1 and 4. Yeah, it's gonna miss. I feel like that's gonna miss. We all do. We all love that. I'm quite lucky. They don't seem to like me a lot. Whenever there's people around me, they always go for the other people. My skin is too thick. It's actually gonna hit. Look at that. Now it just needs to detonate. Poof! Good hit. Oh, Jesus. Did not see him coming. Holy cow. Yeah, that's not good.
Schneller, schneller. E-Motoren übersetzen. Schneller, schneller.
They didn't ping us. How dare they? Thankfully, they still don't shoot at my periscope, so I can just stay here. That's something that the devs definitely need to get on. They could just be shooting at us with AA guns and the main gun, because they know the sub is underneath the periscope, obviously, but they choose not to. What happened to the other torpedo? Did that... No, that missed. So that's on a search pattern run now. Oh, it's already on the way back. Look at that. Maybe, just maybe it'll hit someone else, but I doubt it. They usually never hit anything. Because the convoys in this game are too far apart from each other. Maybe it'll hit that one. Turns around now. Hopefully the depth will not cause a problem there. Yeah, no, it's not. Is it? Oh, maybe it is. No, it's not gonna. Oh, that's the one that we already sank. The JB White. Yeah, okay, it's not moving. So this one's too far away. Not gonna hit that one. It's gonna turn around and go into the ship that's already sinking. I mean, fair enough. What are you putting into for? Add T1 FAT, please. Maintain low.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Let's see this. Yeah, it is. It is gonna hit in the stern. Poof. There we go. Well, she's only severely damaged. She didn't sink yet, so actually that was a worthwhile hit. That was close, yeah. Hey Colin, welcome back. Nice to have you in. Right, that tanker is, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's gonna make it. That seems like very excessive damage. Probably not gonna work out for them. That one is too far away, I'm not gonna try that. That one's now my next target. And that's a C3.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
So 5.5 knots seem to have worked rather well. I'm gonna go 10 degrees to port.
Kurs 3.
Natürlich, Herr
5,
Kaloi.
0.
You're nearly done on the torps? I think you are. Very good. Alright, I need you back on the dive planes, please.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Yeah.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
Port engine, stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec gehortet. Einer weniger.
Hüllenbruch! Sie sinken!
I know that you know that I'm here,
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
but you can't get me. Because of your turn circle. Oh, look at the moon over there. That's pretty. Again, they should be shooting me with everything they have. They don't... They should not be allowed to be in the middle of the convoy. Whilst they know precisely where I am, and I'm still at periscope depth. That should not be a thing. But it is.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
The captain could shoot me with his 1911 at this point. I'm so close to them. Both engines stop!
Alle Maschinen stopp.
That's a beautiful dangle on bow 90 right there. And the C3 is at a mast height of... where is it? Mast height 36 meters. Okay, let's take our trusty chart. $36 meters, there we go. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Veto the moon.
Ne, Bergis?
Yes, that's what we'll do. Veto the moon.
Ne?
Oh, whoopsie. Ah, well, I do ban bots though, so sorry about that. Right, that's right over there. Both engines dead still
Kleine
ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Well, we know that's
Aztec gehortet.
5.5 from earlier. That's 90. Ooh, Jesus Christ. And that's a distance of 1,500. Just some random values. Hmm. That's 80? 90? 80. 80 on the zoom in. Okay. So 80 on the zoom in. 5, 6, 7, 8, 16.5. I was not that far off with 1500. Angle on bow is 100. Yeah, that works out well. Okay. Tube 1 and 4. Flood them. 8 meters deep. Lovely. 44 knots. Set. Torpedo pistol.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert.
Recognize target. Oh, velocity 5.5. There we go. Torpedo tubes, magnetic pistol. Tube 1 and 4. Launch!
Los!
Ja?
Oh, I did not set the run length. Oh god, hopefully that works. Probably not. I fucked that up. I keep forgetting the LUT and FAT run lengths. But I have to set those as well.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
This is likely gonna turn before it reaches the target.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Most likely.
30 Sekunden.
Herr Kanoi, wir wurden von Astic geortet.
Nope, it's hitting. Okay. Never mind then. Just don't be a dud.
Feindliches Schiff getroffen. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Well, the stern one hit.
Schwere Schäden.
This one just went underneath. Maybe it'll get it on its way back. Who knows? Let's see this. Turning around. Nope, it won't. Ah. Torpedo the moon. I really like that one. Yeah, no, it's just search patterning in front of the enemy. Damn it. Okay, could have been a hit. But I mean, that's a good bit of damage right there. Might not even survive that. It was heavy damage. That's a Liberty going the wrong way. That's Destroyer right there. Do we get another C3 maybe? That's a Corvette. There's a Destroyer. There's a Destroyer. There's a C3. And we still have a Zaunkönig, right? We do. Bad angle though. Very bad angle. Is that escort called escort? Yes it is. Brilliant. The yellow dots on the sea, right, that's when I picked up an enemy, like their armaments. And they just get, they never get deleted. Like on this one, can I mark them? No. No, I can't find any. Somewhere. Yeah, but the enemy, you sometimes mark enemy artillery positions. That's amazing.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
You sometimes mark enemy artillery positions and their radar, the radio masts and stuff like that. And then when you hit the ship and sink it, it just never goes away. A bit strange. I find any? No. Oh well. Yeah, I think we should overstate our welcome
wir
right
haben
here.
schon Schlimmeres überstanden.
Both engines flank.
Lasst uns ruhig bleiben. Bruder, hart Steuerbord. Schneller, schneller.
That thing doesn't have an engine anymore. Okay, so we're gonna give that one more torpedo, and then we're gonna dive.
Oder Mitschiffs.
We do have type 2. Tube 2 has a T3 in it. Okay. So switch to tube 2. Blood tube 2. Set that on 3.5 meters. Set that on an impact pistol for once.
Tor 3 bewässert.
And then range to target is going to be less than earlier, so we're going to do 1200.
Wir wurden
Angle
entdeckt.
on bow is irrelevant.
Keine
Speed
Panik.
0.
Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
And I fly tube 3. Never mind then.
Tor 2 bewässert.
Tube 2 is ready. Tube 2 launch.
Los!
Right, Richard, put in another T3 in there. You get on the dive on the electric engines. Where's the enemy? Not picking us up yet.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Forgot to set the distance again. I can't be helped. I just can't be helped. Yeah, I also noticed that you have to hit the target first and then you can spot them. For some reason, it's really, really weird.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
That looks good.
30 Sekunden.
Hopefully the impact pistol works.
Sekunden. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Still can't mark them. Okay. I don't know. It's a bit bugged. Okay, 10 degrees to port. We're going straight for that thing.
Kurs 3.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
That one wants us. Well, all of them want us. Jesus. Okay, bring us down. 220 meters.
Tauchen auf
And then another
220
10
Meter.
degrees.
Kurs 3.
Betrachten Sie es als
2.
erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Sie gehen unter. Gute Arbeit,
That
Männer.
one's going down. Nice. And then dead
Kleine
slow.
Fahrt voraus.
And launch decoy.
25 Meter.
So they now have a nice little propeller sound at 25 meters, while we go down 220.
40 Meter.
Let's
Wie
go.
lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Rohr 2 geladen.
We've shot a lot of torpedoes at this one though.
55 Meter.
Oh, actually, let me get that off the screen for you. The calculator and the chart. There we go. Zig is, I think, Swiss.
65 Meter.
Right.
Ich
You
könnte
can go on
etwas
command
Hilfe
duty as
gebrauchen.
well.
Verstanden.
Can't see anything through the scope anyway.
Geräusche direkt über uns.
Hardport.
Ruder hart Backbord.
Aktuelle Tiefe 80 Meter.
Are you gonna drop? Or do you think... Oh, hedgehog! Don't hit me
90
with
Meter.
that. So far so good. Oof.
95 Meter.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
I don't like that.
Alle Luken schließen.
Where's the bulkheads?
Aktuelle Tiefe 105 Meter.
I think we're probably fine though. But we are gonna use flank speed once the first explosion hits. I think we're gonna go midships.
Oder Mittenschiffs.
Because we want the most speed.
Schneller, schneller. 115 Meter.
Wasserbomben. In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Rohr 4 geladen.
Thank you. Get back to the CIC. Oh no, you can't. Yeah, then do dive planes.
Ich werde mich
That's
darum
fine.
kümmern.
125 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 135 Meter.
Wasserbomben. In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Lots of explosions going on.
Beträchtlicher Entfernung.
What gaslighting? What do you mean?
155 Meter.
That's low.
170 Meter.
Wasserbomben. In beträchtlicher Entfernung. Wasserbomben. In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
185 Meter.
Ja. Auf Blaulicht schalten.
Alright, silent running. Let's try and get away here. Right, and we're gonna evacuate the bow compartment, because there's no point in being in there at the moment, because it's not a battle station. And that way, if there is a leak, it's immediately contained. Five, yep, we're down. Dangerous depth, yeah. We're fine. This is a very interesting weather station mission. Which is why I'm not gonna attack the convoy after this, because we still have a job to do.
Meter.
I've not a ping in a while. $319.
215 Meter. Kurs 315.
Going way northwest. That convoy, I think, was on a northeastern course. Yeah, they came right for us. Oh, hang on, I have to fix my circles here.
Aktuelle Tiefe 220 Meter.
There we go. Have another one? No. Okay.
170 Grad.
Yeah, so the convoy, I think, was going like this. So we're most about 90 degrees offset of that convoy. So like, I don't think they can follow us for a very long time. They'll have to get back to their convoy to protect what's left of it.
Zerstörer. 165 Grad.
Yeah, I haven't had pings in a while.
Korvette. 160 Grad.
Maybe the dance is already over.
Kapitän.
I think it is. 2 to 5 miles. Yeah, they're all heading back. Okay. Good engagement. We got away. So, continue on our westward journey.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Get out of Allied aircraft range. And bring us up to... Actually, we can use the strain and stress at the moment to generate new sea wolves. Let's do that.
Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Oh yeah, also
Alarm beenden.
stand down. Hold engines half ahead, we can probably do that. And then you guys all are relieved.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Right, you're on... You guys both get a sailor, you get 2 sailors, you're on the map for now.
Navigation besetzen.
All the other ones get to sleep. There we go. Very nice. I still have 5 torpedoes, I think. Oh, actually, yeah, we can repopulate the bow torpedo room. Yeah, I've got... So my starboard side is still loaded with T1s for salvo attack. I still have my day attack T3 in tube 2, and I've got a Zaunkönig sonar homing torpedo in tube 3 for warships, for whatever that's worth. And I've got one more T3 in reserve. So I could attack another convoy, just fire 1 salvo and dive away, but... But for now, we're just gonna keep diving. Let them sleep a little bit. It's up to 199. Still dangerous depth? Nope. Okay, that's where we get an autosave immediately.
Meter.
And we can fast forward here. And we're gonna do that. Hopefully cause the crew to have some stress and strain. Let's bring them on battle stations again. That makes that quicker. I don't think we'll get it up to 100% though, I'll be honest. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, damn it.
Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Okay, periscope depth then.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Cancel battle stations.
Beenden.
Aktuelle Tiefe 175 Meter. 155 Meter. 105 Meter. 65 Meter. Mein Tagwerk ist getan. Bestätige. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin. 45 Meter.
1944.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Well, 1943 and then 1944. The Falke, or
25
in German word for the Falcon, was the first one, and they had 2 iterations of that. And then the third iteration of that was the Zaunkönig, the wren, named after a bird. And that one, yeah, it just goes after a very loud propeller noise. It's in this game it's a bit incorrect. Usually the torpedo would go a certain set distance before switching on its sonar homing head. In this game, the second it leaves the tube, it just looks for the loudest torpedo and the loudest propeller noise and just goes straight for that. So it's a bit unreliable in this game. But it's still very, very handy. If you get followed by a destroyer, just fire a homing torpedo at him, and hopefully it'll take care of that problem for you. Off scope. Do we see anything? Nope. Propeller noises numerous in 243. It'll be over there. We can't see them anymore. Okay, perfect. Surface the boat. And switch back to normal light. And lime cooler, turn on that compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auch Dieselmotoren wechseln.
And we're back on the diesels. Very good. Down scope and off to the bridge with you. Okay, in lime cooler you could probably use some coffee as well as Reinecke.
Ich erwarte
Especially
Ihre
since
Befehle.
lime cooler now has to do the repairs. Because he's the only one who generates scrap metal when he does it. Oh, actually, we don't need
Es
the
ist nicht
bulkheads
mehr
closed anymore.
erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
Except for that one. We'll keep that one closed. And same goes for the engine room. We'll have a nice little noise lock in here so that people in this boat can actually sleep. Right, okay, so you're gonna repair that.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloin.
No,
Ja?
not that. I don't really care about the tower, to be honest. First of all, let's repair the radar detector. That's probably more important.
Bestätige.
Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? No, it came along earlier. Oh, the auto mod. Jesus. Yeah, it's weird that after the war, wire-guided torpedoes were the go-to when sonar homing torpedoes were already invented. For some reason, NATO disliked that technology.
Yeah.
They were more
Natürlich.
keen on wire-guided. So that one, you repair it to 1 bit. Ah,
Peilung 240 Grad.
yeah, but that's the same. That's the same bearing as the convoy, so that's probably just a radar from the ship.
Ja,
We're gonna ignore that. Rossmann, get on that radio
Besetzt.
and tell them what we did. Yeah, that's just the destroyers. They're not gonna go out of their way to follow a submarine that's disengaging. They have orders to stay with the convoy, I think. That one's fixed? Okay, then you get on that one.
Herr
And you
Kaloin.
let your sailors fix the other ones. There we go. What else can we repair? Only the tower. Okay.
Herr Kaloin.
Don't really care about the tower. I'd rather keep my spare parts, I'm gonna be honest. And you can get new spare parts. And then you can probably make new spare parts. Yeah, okay.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
There we go. All done. only down one spare part, really, because we already had some in reserve. That's good. Both engines are on ahead half. That is fine. You can go back to bed. And then we're just gonna sail away. And with that, we're out of Allied aircraft range by 2 of the bases. We're only in range of Saint Eval. I hope I pronounced that correct. Saint Eval? Eval? I don't know. You tell me. So air traffic should get less and less from here. Of course, just the second I say that, there is one. 115, and they spotted that. Okay, so that means we can't dive. Yeah, too close. Speed.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Funkraum besetzen.
Report that.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, Herr Kaloin.
They're coming straight out of the sun. That's going to be a problem for the anti-air.
Telegramm gesendet.
It's louder and has a larger risk of civilian or wildlife casualties, I assume. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? With technology, more and more technology coming along, you would think that you could negate that by, you know, having it set to a designated run length. Having a narrow cone of sensor, you know, stuff like that. And I mean, eventually they did come in service, but at first wire-guided was the main cause. And obviously with wire-guided torpedoes, you've got the problem that once you fire those torpedoes and the enemy notices that you've fired at them, you just do counterfire, so that the submarine has to dive and evade, and that might rip the wires. And then the torpedo just goes straight and does nothing. And after this attack, I'm gonna have to get myself a fresh mug of coffee. And then I'm gonna get angry again, because I'll notice that the coffee machine has turned itself off, because it's conforming to EU energy saving standards, and my coffee's cold. That's what's gonna happen. We probably could have dived.
Jawohl.
Feuer einstellen.
Have we had a watch change? Yeah. Yeah, 1 minute ago. You guys are such
Ich könnte
blithering
etwas Hilfe
idiots.
gebrauchen.
Alles klar, ich
You're
werde
on battle stations, gentlemen. You don't get to have a watch change. There it is.
Herr Kaloin. Herr Kaloin.
Missile! Ooh, 2 misses. Very nice. And we got him though. I spotted him way too late. That could have gone horribly. Right, cancel battle stations. Resume standard operation. There we go. Video man, tell them what we did. Got down on Vickers, Wellington.
Telegramm gesendet.
Kurs setzen.
And let's get out of here.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Oh, half ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
That's why you dog-leg, to be fair. What is that? I'm not familiar with that term. I don't know about the rest of NATO, but I know a lot of US tops are wire-guided first, and then if that snaps or gets forced to passive or active sonar. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, well, probably the best way to do it. I don't think our torpedoes are wire-guided anymore. But I'm not sure, actually. No, they're definitely not, because they get dropped from a launcher that's above the surface. And then American destroyers also have ASRock still on their like Marleybergs and Ticonderogas, so they are not wire guided either. But submarine-borne torpedoes might be wire guided. Well, ours, I mean. I don't know about the. I'll take your word for the American ones being wire guided. And we're out of range. Very good.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
How's the fuel? 79%. Can't harm to get more. But I think we're fine. Let's not risk it. Yeah, now the easy part of this voyage starts. We'll probably just get through it in one big time compression. What's the word on the galley? Yeah, they've used up all the food, so now we can use the vegetables. And there was another tick just now. Right, coffee. I keep forgetting. And that's why it gets cold. It's all me. It's always me. I will be right back, gentlemen. Don't run away. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. With the Mark 48 and other stuff. Okay, right, gotcha. There we are. Yeah, it's not cold, but it's lukewarm. It's not ideal. Okay. Keep pushing north. What latitude is actually the Arctic Circle? 66 degrees, 33 minutes and 55 seconds. So right now we have already made our way to the Arctic Circle, which is, I think, the first time for U298 to do that. I did it with U4, no, U150 or Type 2 Delta when we installed a weather station. Where did we do that? Right here? I think so. Yeah. Yep. U373, I think, never made it this far up, but U298, with that one we did it.
Kurs setzen.
Right, we're going into Adelaide's aircraft range, so we're going to increase speed a little bit. Don't want to spend too much time in here. And we've got a crew event. Oh, please don't be tuberculosis. No. What have you done? Who is it? Lorenz. I think that's one of my experienced sailors. Daniel Lorenz? Yeah, he's a diving specialist. What have you done?
Herr Kapitän?
Fucking hell, Daniel. That's actually a realistic thing to happen. Daniel Lorenz is one of my very experienced enlisted men, and Norbert Reinecke is one of my freshest officers. You have no idea how often shit like that happens. Like experienced enlisted men having trouble following orders by 26-year-old fresh lieutenants. It's not uncommon. It still has to be handled by court-martial though, because once discipline goes, it's very hard to get it back. Like, he's not gonna get shot or anything. He'll just spend some 2 weeks in the Marinevollzugsanstalt in Wilhelmshaven, where he can think about what he just did. Also, what's my commanding officer doing there? What is he doing? Yep, definitely court-martial. You blithering idiot. Oh. Yeah, we might want to pump out the boat. You think he's evading a sniper? Yeah. Oh, okay. Doglegging is where you fire in one direction, usually hard starboard or port, then you turn it towards your target, so it comes in from a completely different bearing. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. That's called doglegging in English. Okay, nice. Didn't know that. And that's something that I noticed in Sea Power. The enemy doesn't do that. You can just fire a torpedo at the direction of where the torpedo is coming from, and you'll likely shoot at the enemy.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in Gewässern.
Very nice. Landmass loading in at the moment. There it is. Another location of our tourist attraction checklist. Jan Mayen. Now we've been here. Nice. We've traveled a lot with this crew, man. We've been down to the Azores, we've been down to the Canary Islands. We've looked at that sandbank over here. What is it? There we go. Sable Island. We've been basically tourist touring this war. We've been down here in Cape Verde. We've been to the Bahamas. Done a lot of travel here. My crew is very happy. Seen many things that men their age would never have seen otherwise. That is very true, yes. But I don't think you can even dogleg. Like, the game doesn't allow for it yet. There we go. Send a group to land. We gotta get closer to the land first. There we go. That looks good. That's low. And deck wash, please. And both engines stop. You get a temperature? No. Okay, but it's gotta be cold here. Even in May. And there's light snowfall too. The boat drop to deck a wash. Yeah, very nice. Okay. Let's send our crew ashore. I'm gonna send my second in command. Okay. I'm also gonna send Engler, the other leading officer. Okay. And we're also gonna send an engineer, Richard May. Interesting. And you're gonna take a helmet as well, and you're gonna take 8 men. Continue. Oh, they can't stand on the deck because it's deck awash. That's what that is. Okay. Yep, it is. Yeah. Which I'm gonna be honest, I'm not interested in the Monsoon Gruppe. It gets hyped too much. It never really did anything. They all just died. Not many boats made it over in the first place. Your team arrived at the coast with no problems. There is no sign of human presence around. You should send a scouting party to search for a good spot to deploy the weather station. Yep, do that. I'm more interested in like long-range missions around Africa and all that. Although I probably will join Monsoon Group, at least in one playthrough. Which is why we have to quickly finish this playthrough so that we can get the next playthrough going once the DLC drops. I think you can, don't remember that. Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out then. Oh, that takes a long time.
Was für eine Erleichterung, endlich einen geeigneten Standort für die Wetterstation gefunden zu haben. Das Gelände war herausfordernd und die Witterungsbedingungen haben es nicht einfacher gemacht. Aber wir haben es geschafft, das Gebiet gründlich zu erkunden und den perfekten Ort zu finden. Nun lasst uns diese Station einrichten, bevor wir erfrieren. Wir warten auf Ihren Befehl, Herr Kaloin.
What a relief to find. Oh, that's okay. Never mind. I hope you read that in time. Build the weather station. Yeah, it seems very, very snowy, very cold up here. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, of course. But I mean, Cold Waters is very, very sub-focused. Well, it is a sub-game. I'm sure they'll figure it out in the end. Sea Power. I mean, it's still being developed, you know. It's nowhere near perfect, and there's much more to come, I think. Looking forward to it though, because it's much more my sort of the way that I'm used to warfare. World War II at this point is very, very long ago. Plus, it's probably the only naval game that properly does missiles. Like everything is just cannons always. Everybody loves cannons, nobody loves missiles. Am I just allowed to build this without any altercations? I can't imagine that. Surely I'll be attacked soon. Weather's getting wet.
Die Wetterstation ist aufgebaut und in Betrieb. Wir haben sie an einer guten Stelle positioniert, um alle notwendigen Daten zu erfassen. Jetzt müssen wir nur noch auf die Funkübertragung warten, um zu überprüfen, dass alles wie vorgesehen funktioniert.
only 80 years ago, man. That's more than a lifetime for most people. So I would say that's long ago. Right, back to boat. Blow off the tanks. Turn on that compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Bergaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
There's the weather station report.
Raum besetzen. Ruder,
Hard port.
Steuerbord.
Both engines full speed ahead.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Right, from weather station deployment area. Decoded message, temperature -1 degree Celsius. Wind speed 17 knots. No atmospheric pressure. That's I would have expected. That thing sends more than just temperature and wind speed. Right, return to port. Yep, on the way. Electric compressors on. We are turning away from the land. Beautiful. Get out of Allied aircraft range first.
Koordinaten setzen.
Go through Greenland and Iceland again, and then on the way back we definitely have to resupply with one of our supply boats. Oh Jesus Christ, the firefighters. Firefighters fighting the wildfires in North Yorkshire moors are having trouble with World War II UXOs, I'm assuming you mean. Oh, unexploded bombs. Yeah, okay. Loading at least 18 explosions so far. Jesus. Yeah, they keep finding bombs in towns in Germany still to this day. Most of them have rotted away so far that they don't cause any issues. But they always have to evacuate everyone in the area, of course. It'll be a long time until all of them are found. Well, probably never. Right, there we go. Slow speed
Langsame
ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
What's the fuel situation like? It's less than 50 now. 39. Okay. 4,000 miles we've still got on the tank. That's good. We'll make it to our boat for sure. Let's call in for reinforcements then. Not reinforcements, resupply.
Funkraum besetzen. Funkspruch erhalten.
Let's see. Resupply is currently possible at U488. That is probably the boat that I'm using the most.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Oh, sorry about that. I keep forgetting to get them off their station.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Mastspitze, kleine Gruppe. 0 Grad. U-Boot. Voraus!
Can I see it yet? I can't, but my men have already spotted it. There it is. Conning tower appearing. And there's the hull. Very nice. Oh yeah, for sure. And the Baltic Sea as well. Like the Russians and the Germans mined the hell out of the Baltic Sea in World War II. There we are. Starboard.
An Steuerbord.
Don't just
Kleine
that slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
And rudder amidships.
Ruder mittschiffs.
And there we are. Send a delegation, just send the commanding officer, that's all we need really. Right, we can give you the pilots. And I'd like to see your stuff. I'd like to have some cheese and some sausage. And then we're already supplied because we already have bread. We could use more coffee. Oh, hang on, we can change our rebreathers. Oh, 2 decoys. Yes, thank you very much. And one more spare part. And torpedo fuel. Most importantly. Torpedoes. T1 LUT, T3 FAT, T3 LUT. I mean, why not? Another T3, sure. Okay, hang on. So, this one, this
Wie
one,
lauten
it's
Ihre
the one.
Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Never be too careful.
Ich erwarte
This one
Ihre
needs a new
Befehle.
one.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Get that one. And then we can sell the old ones. And get new ones. There we go. Fast forward that. 10 hours. Jesus Christ. Can I get a new one? No, I can't. Okay, fair enough. Food is looking good. What about new torpedoes? No more torpedoes in storage. Okay. Okay. Then return to boat. Both engines.
Langsame
Slow speed
Fahrt
ahead.
voraus. Ruder hart backbord.
Hard to port. And we make our way back into our little
Kurs
gap
setzen.
here before making our way back to La Rochelle. And we're not colliding with U488. Thanks, boys. It was a pleasure doing business with you. That one's full, that one's full, that one's full. That one's half empty. Get a new one.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Jawohl.
Get a new one. There we go. And CO has 90%. Okay, yeah, we need to swap them out when we're on port. And now the troublesome part of the voyage begins again. Yeah. Yeah, it's just that when they work on something that's like on the ground and they repair something there, and even if the room is not completely filled up yet, then they'll use them. And we've got another crew. Who dares? Oh, they had a brawl.
Ja.
Which one is it? I'm also excited for the new crew events that are about to happen. Okay, so you, Fisher. Which one? Which Fisher? Is it one of the new ones? I think it's one of the new ones. No. That's him. First of all, why aren't you wearing your side cap? Because you're an experienced sailor. Secondly, Max Fischer is a diving specialist.
Herr Kapitän?
Oh, he beat down Daniel Lorenz. How dare you? That's one of our most experienced men. Yeah, we have to court-martial that. We can't. No, you can't get away with this.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Can you just not... Oh,
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
okay. No, not the hydrophone operator, the medic.
Yes.
Okay, he's alright. Okay. Okay, not too bad then. Yeah, another stressful part of the voyage starts again when we get back into Allied aircraft range. 26 days at sea just to get a little weather station set up. Oh boys, it's the 4th of June. Things are about to get dicey in France. And we immediately get greeted
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
by Allied aircraft.
Große Fahrt
Full speed.
voraus.
Jawohl.
Schnorcheln ausfahren.
Yeah, I agree. I should probably do that, yeah. Right, dive, 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 dive.
Tiefer.
Gotta get down. Also, that means that U-373, my previous submarine, will sink in 3 days. We got lost in on the 8th of June in 1944 in the Bay of Biscay by a British Liberator bomber.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Upscope.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Right, fix the sound bug. There we go. And it was in... Where were those? Didn't even log that. Around 90, I think. Okay,
Herr
I think
Kapitän,
that thing's gone, probably.
ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
So, down scope.
Herr Kaloin.
If you're down scope, you might as well work on the map.
Besetzen.
Both engines slow speed, and we'll make our way back home. Probably get an important radio message.
Navigation besetzen.
Herr Kaloin.
And then soon we'll lose the ports in France. Nope, that looks like rough weather. Yep. Alright, blow ballast. Both engines half ahead.
Voraus.
And replenish using the electric compressor.
Funknesssignal.
Ah.
Peilung 40 Grad.
Alright, dive, dive, dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
They just don't let us sail on the surface anymore.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
That time is over.
Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, getting home will take a while. Operation Overlord. Yep, there we are. $3 in the morning. That's when 101st Airborne, they will probably already be dropping behind the lines. And then in the early morning hours, the beaches get stormed. No radio message yet, though. No, man, don't think about it too much. We just want to find out whether or not there's any ships depicted in the game. I think you're thinking too much into it. We just want to see whether or not it's depicted in the game. Like we went to the the Panama Canal and found out that that's not there. We also assume that the Suez Canal is not there. We just really want to see how detailed the game is. Would also be cool if you could go to the coordinates where the Bismarck was attacked and help the Bismarck. That would be awesome. Like, I know there was in Living Silent Hunter, you actually got messages about the Bismarck's journey, and you could theoretically just find the Bismarck and help her in her fight. But I think it was hard-coded that she sank in the end. Oh, we've used up all our food. That's not good. And where did all the vegetables go? You greedy fucks. Yeah, now we've reached that part of the war where it's really just survive. Things are about to get more and more hairy as days goes on. Okay. We still want to check. Alright, we need to surface though.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Turn on that compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
But I'm just half speed ahead. Let's get through that shitty weather. In the second the weather gets better, there's immediately an allied aircraft in the air again. They do not let us sail on the surface. They just don't.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundum eingesteuert.
Yeah. I mean, we're used to it by now. I mean, it's all really disappointing. Like, you can't expect them to do all of that already. Hopefully they'll work on it though. Like, they don't have to actually actually depict the invasion itself. Just insane amount of destroyers shielding the invasion force from outside threats and like stuff like that. That would already be enough for me, so that I actually can't make it to the Normandy beaches because the enemy is protecting that. That would make sense for me. actually, damn it, U373, my last boat, the Type 7 Charlie that I had, that boat had the... It was ordered to stop the Allied invasion fleet. So one day after the invasion of Normandy, on the 7th of June, U373 left Brest to attack the Allied invasion fleet, and that got shot down by a British Liberator bomber. Damn, son. So yeah, they actually did send U-boats to attack that. I was just looking at what time they were attacked, but I can't find any source for that on the get-go. Or probably early in the morning, something like that. I would assume. 8th of June, there we go. So right now, we look at the overview leaderboard. U373, the best boat of the war with 693,000 tons, just got sunk under the command of a different commanding officer. Rest in peace, boys. Yeah, I know UBE adds a lot. I have to have a look at that at some point. I did play with UBE for a while, but I think it just added too much clutter, and it was causing my game to lag crazy, man. Because they just added like ports for no reason, ports that you never go to. Warships, hello. Closing in, and we're at rough weather. How far are they away? 43 plus miles. Okay, so we can surface. Let's do that. Both engines half ahead. And also turn on that compressor again. Yep. Oh, in thick fog. More than one contact. That's two. Yeah. That might be that warship group. Right, dive, dive, dive. Yeah, it is them, isn't it?
Herr Kapitän?
Yeah. 5 to 10 miles and 276.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Let's keep an eye on them. Bearings drifting left, so they're going behind our stern. 2 to 5 miles. 5 to 10 miles. Okay, they're leaving. We'll wait until they're at like 20 miles or something, and then we're gonna surface again. Let's wait for them to come back out of our dead zone, out of our dead angle. If that ever happens. Maybe not. Okay, there they are. 26 to 43 miles away. Lovely. Surface the boat. Oh, look at that. That sun coming up. In the thick fog. Thick fog spells no planes to me. Well, I mean there's fog here, but doesn't mean that there's fog there. And anyway, we'll stay on the surface. Make some distance. There we go.
Funklesssignal.
And there's the next attack plane.
Peilung 220
Yeah, in that
Grad.
weather I can't blame them. Okay, bring us down to periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
And slow speed.
Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Back fog is thick, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember the newspapers. Like when you come back from a long patrol, you get like thousands of newspapers all of a sudden. It also annoyed me a little bit. Like I like the idea of the feature, but I don't know. But it's been a long while since I've had UB installed. Maybe I should give it another go. Actually, I probably should. That surface is a bit rough on the periscope. Oh, look at that surface.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Electric compressor, half ahead. Bring us home, boy.
Funknesssignale.
And there's the next.
135 Grad.
Right, periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, that's what I thought yesterday as well. Oh, I do like Bomber Crew. Bomber Crew is amazing. I've played the hell out of Bomber Crew and Space Crew. Space Crew I think was even better with all the references to Star Trek and Star Wars and all that. That was a nerd fest for me. Oh, the harbor rates are gonna be insane right now.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 320
Yeah, those
Grad.
will just be French fishermen, that's fine.
Peilung 305 Grad.
I'm just gonna go into port snorkeling.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Port is being loaded. We're almost home. Yeah. Yeah, I always play Bomber Crew. Like whenever I lose an engine, I don't send anyone out on the wings to repair it because I think that's silly. And that makes the game substantially harder.
Herr Kaloi, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
That would be impossible to do because of harbor traffic. Just saying, because no one sees me coming. Right, that's
Deine
slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Up scope.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Let's have a quick look around before we surface. Make sure that there really isn't any harbor raid going on. I also like that. That's a nice view. Doesn't seem like there's any planes. Surface the boat.
Anblasen.
Herr Kaloi,
Down scope.
aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Ninth of June 1944 was the day my Uncle Charlie went on Utah Beach. Man. There we go, we're on the surface.
Herr Kapitän?
Lower the
Schnorchel
snorkel.
einfahren.
Both engines half
Halbe
ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
And you guys can probably head on the bridge and also unfurl the colors. Put everyone on the wing and just do an emergency dive. Yeah. Maybe not do that. Might be a little bit hard to hold on to.
Ja. Ja.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
12th of June 1944, 3 AM. No harbor wreck so far.
Ja.
Oh, whoops. What's the boat level? Yeah, pump that out.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Funkraum besetzen.
Yeah, okay. I thought maybe we can lower that antenna somehow, but apparently not.
Ja.
Like on the other boats, with the other conning towers, you had like a little step, like this step there. You can see it. You could stand on it and look over the wheelhouse or the bridge, and you can't on this conning tower for some reason. You can only stand on this side, and there's all these bloody antennas in the way. Horrible. Yeah, I think Kerber's place with that one. I like that a lot. I'm just not sure if I get into hot water with that, with sometimes getting Hitler speeches or something. I don't really want to have that. Alright, starboard 15.
Oder 15 Grad. Steuerbord.
Langsame
Langsame
slow ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
And rudder
Oder
midships.
Mittschiffs.
No, Twitch is more like on the left-leaning side of things. They seem to be very, very happy. Oh, but also anti-Semitic, so it's hard to tell, really. You're actually right, yeah. But then again, I'm also streaming on YouTube and on Kick, so I don't know how they will feel about that.
Rudergänger. 10 Grad.
Oh, port 10.
Backbord.
Are you serious, Brockmeyer? How dare you?
Oder Mittschiffs.
Guess I have to stand on my little hatch here. Yeah, I heard that on Kerberos' stream. There was something like that.
Rudergänger.
Maybe not him,
5 Grad.
maybe not Austrian
Backbord.
Painter himself, but there was like propaganda news as well, and I was like, eh. Especially with me being ex-military and Germany being very, very picky about that subject.
Oder
I'd rather be safe than
Mittschiffs.
sorry. Because, you know, my safety clearance is still active. And I have a, like, for 5 years after you exit the service, you have to behave in a certain way to not, don't do anything. You gotta, basically, your behavior in the public sphere has to be in a way that they can rehire you as an officer right out of the get-go. And stuff like that is not good for that. What will the new year bring? Peace? Me knowing that they had 5 more years of it. Yeah. Man. Ooh. I mean, in 1940... Oof. 1941 was really when the chokehold by the Uboat force was really starting to take hold on Britain. It was only getting worse for them at the time. Now, which pen do we use? Probably the third one. We had luck with that.
Oder 20 Grad. Backboard.
Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? You'd think that. Guns are shooting. That would make sense, but no. I mean, the whole swastika situation in and of itself is ridiculous. Like, you have games in Germany having to be released without the swastika because it's a forbidden symbol. And then you have things like the game War Leaders. If you don't know that, that's a real-time strategy. It's like a Total War style strategy game about World War II. And they replaced Hitler in it with Reinhold Tesla because they could not release it in Germany otherwise. So they completely erased Hitler from history in this game, thereby, kind of, if you want to go that direction, you could say that the game devs denied the Holocaust, which is also a crime in Germany. So, I don't know, man. It's crazy. And then, at some point, a few years ago, they funded the German Video Game Prize, or the German Video Game Award, and that was funded by the German Ministry of Culture, thereby admitting that video games are a form of art, and in art, the swastika is allowed. Otherwise, you would not see swastikas in the movie Das Boot. We all know that movies are art. Therefore, in Das Boot, it was fine, because Das Boot is a piece of art that depicts a historical thing that actually happened. Now, by that logic, video games should also be fine to depict the swastika if it is in a historical setting, which this game definitely is. But because swastikas in video game had been forbidden for so long in Germany, that no video game company has ever dared to do that yet, because you know, if you do this, if you're the first video game company to include a swastika in Germany, you know you will get sued by the German government, and nobody wants to do that.
10 Grad.
You'll probably have to go to court, and you'll probably win by arguing that it's actually art and it's in a historical setting. And then they could be nitpicky and saying, yeah, but you're taking command of U-373 and you're getting sent on a mission to North Labrador to install a weather station, and real life U-373 never did that, so it's not historical. They would probably go that route, and it will be a long, hard judicial fight, and nobody wants to be the company to do that. So therefore, video game companies to this day just go, oh, Germany, yeah, no, we have to censor the swastika. Germany is insane when it comes to that topic. Yeah, they censor the swastika. They usually do something like this. Just put an iron cross where the swastika would be. Like, the way that I understand the law situation is that you could probably depict swastika in Germany. You just don't want to be the government. You just don't want to be the video game company to actually fight that fight. But you would never be able to sew a swastika in Wolfenstein, for example, because that is alternate history. Oh, and I think I just fucked up my docking. Oh god, we're gonna undock, aren't we? And goes astern.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Nope, we're fine. Okay. Yeah, that topic in itself, I could rant about that for hours, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Yeah, the Germans are scared of themselves. They think like if someone sees the symbol, it immediately turns them into one. You know, it's ugh, man, it's an exhausting topic too. And the thing with Reinhold Tesla, like war leaders, is amazing. Like the story of war leaders is hilarious. Basically erasing Hitler from the timeline, thereby by extension denying the Holocaust. That's hilarious to me. And for some reason that was fine. For some reason, German government didn't see any problem with that. The game released in Germany with the absence of Hitler. They went under the flag of, you know, the red war flag. Hang on, I think it's flying around here somewhere. Yeah, this flag, instead of showing the eagle in the middle, it had the Iron Cross in the middle. And the leader was Reinhold Tesla. And that, for some reason, that was fine. Hilarious. Oh, he's close to getting his Iron Claws first class. And that would be the Atlantic operations completed, I think. And we attacked the convoy, sunk some ships, 3 of them, shot down 2 bombers, 2 Wellingtons. Very nice. And Reineck is a level up. So he'll be level 3 then, and he needs that propeller recognition. And then he's a good hydrophone operator. That's all the hydrophone skills in the game, unfortunately. There's 1 for radio and 2 more for medic. So I think the next thing he's gonna learn is to be paramedic. So if we ever run out of medkits, we can still heal our men. Right. Sorry, that was quite of a tangent. I didn't even want to go down that route. But I think it's yeah. Like you said, man, it's a you get what they're going for. It's just that they're overcorrecting and they're too strict about it. And man, it's been fucking 80 years. Like I could understand it like 10 years after the war, but nowadays, man, it's time to let those ghosts rest, I think.
Ja.
One of them was taken into custody. Max Fischer and Daniel Lorenz. I have to get them out of the crew roster. Max Fischer and Daniel Lorenz. Wait. Daniel Lorenz was the one who spread rumors about the officer, and then he got beaten down by Max Fischer. It's hilarious. Okay, I need 2 more men. Maybe that was related somehow. And I don't think I've got any more men in reserve. No, I don't. I need 2 more men. Karl-Heinz Schulz. Now that's a name. And Hoffmann. I like Hoffmann. Hoffmann is a good name. Schulz and Hoffmann. Schulz and Hoffmann. Schulz and Hoffmann. Schulz gets Schulz. That makes perfect sense. And then the other crew gets the Hoffmann. Where is he? Uwe Hoffmann. There we go. All set. Does the crew have fatigue? Yes, it does. I guess we have to send them on shore leave again. On the 12th of June. French tow. Off you go, guys. And then you'll be gone for a while. Meanwhile, we're gonna resupply our boat. And the supply situation is getting worse by the day. Look at that. We rarely get any goods anymore. Oh man, oh man. Okay, so I like a T5. And I'd like one in the stern tubes as well, and in the stern storage as well. That was lucky. And then there's... Look at how many T5s there are. And in the bow tubes, we still have one. Okay, so that's all the T5s I need. I need a T1 LUT. T3 fat, T3 fat. I've got one more T3. I think I have to wait for my crew to come back. I'm gonna be honest. Because I need to unload that and replace it with the Normality 3. And I don't want to sell it just outright. T3, T1, FAT. I could replace that with a LUT. I could replace that one with a LUT. That would be good. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a bug. There's one who's hospitalized for tuberculosis. For some reason, it gives me the time in seconds. And also that time is not going down because it's tuberculosis. They just stay there in the sanatorium and there, tuberculosis. It's just, they just stay there forever. But one of them is, for some reason, what is that? That would be million, billion, trillion, quintillion? Few quintillion seconds? Yeah, safe to say it's going to be a while until he's back. Hang on, let's do the math here, gentlemen. So that's 2,147,483,648 divided by 60. So that'll be 35 million minutes divided by 60. So that'll be 596,000 hours divided by 24. So that's 24,000 days divided by 356. So that's 69 years. Yeah. It's safe to say he's not gonna be back. Not in the war and not after the war. Sounds about right for tuberculosis. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I did a bit of research and it turns out that during World War II, treatment and eventually a vaccine was developed for tuberculosis. Unfortunately for us, yeah. Unfortunately for the German side of things is that the Allies discovered it, and the distribution of that vaccine and the treatment took, well, obviously the Germans didn't get it during the war, and even after the war it took a while. So there were people still dying of tuberculosis after the war in war-wrecked Germany that absolutely did not have to die of that, because the Allies and the Western powers already had a vaccine and a treatment plan for it. And you know, those tuberculosis victims in the previously Axis countries, they just fell by the wayside because at that time, with rebuilding and everything, there were more important things to figure out. Obviously, those sanatoriums were probably also bombed in the time. I'm gonna say by accident. Yeah, not a fun time to have tuberculosis. Such a wild disease, yeah, absolutely, man. Like, isn't that the way you cough up black blood and whatnot? It's crazy. Killed millions, no, it kills nobody. Yeah, tuberculosis is just gone. It's just gone. Hooray for humanity on that one. The human spirit has defeated nature once more. Well, not defeated, but shackled it a bit. Let's see. I think we can't really do anything else. Everybody's on vacation right now. On shore leave. Hopefully they all come back. You never know, especially now. The train lines are probably not as that safe anymore. Also gotta make sure that I get my boys home for Christmas again. Half of you to go to Christmas. Right, okay, that looks like they all made it back. That could be a fun, not fun, but a good mechanic.
Ja.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier,
Just have
sich die
people not
Lagerbestände
return
an.
because something happened to them on shore. Right, we need more vegetables. Jesus Christ, we just don't get any vegetables anymore. No fruits, no vegetables. We got the rest up to 100, that's okay. That's more canned bread. here. Also very important. Now, Mr. Mai, can you please remove that from tube 2? Thank you very much.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
I think he was just coming back from shore leave. He's going to be a while until he's here.
Rohr 2 entladen.
Thank you. Put the normal T3 in that. Couldn't work out how to use it properly. What do you mean? What's real hard about the fat? Fat is rather easy. The fat, so you're on with your boat. You're like here, and you fire a torpedo, let's say at 330 degrees, and then you set the initial run length. That's a LUT, but that's irrelevant. So don't worry about that one. The bottom one. The fat doesn't have that. The LUT has only the fat doesn't have that. The fat only has this one. So this is the initial run length, initial torpedo run length. So you put your, let's see, your, hang on, let's do that real quick. That's not hard. So let's say our torpedo target is like 1,200 meters away. So you set it to 1,000. Let's say 400, put in a margin of error. And then left or right. So if the convoy is traveling to the right, I would recommend left. If the convoy is traveling left, I would recommend right. So let's say our convoy is doing a course like this. These are the ships going through there. You fire your torpedo, it goes the initial run length, which is 200 meters further than we initially said. And then the torpedo is going to start its search pattern. So it's going to go like 500 meters this way. And it's going to turn around, turn to the left, go back, turn around, turn around, turn around, until it reaches the maximum range. At that point, it's just going to sink to the ground. That's it. Now, that's what the FAT does. In this situation where we have a perfect 90-degree attack angle, you don't even need a LUT because it's already doing the perfect like 90-degree offset search pattern, and maybe it'll hit a ship once it does its pattern. Now let's say you fire your torpedo like this, in this angle. Then the FAT will do the following, which is unfortunate. The FAT will continue on its first 500 meter search pattern, and then it'll turn around like this and go like this. Like it goes back 180 degrees from the distance that it came from to the direction that it came from. Now obviously that's not a perfect search pattern because it's offset. It's not perfectly 90 degrees offset to the course that the convoy is going. And that's where the LUT comes in, because for the LUT you can put in a change of course. So it goes its initial run length of 1,400 meters. We expected the enemy to be at 1,200, so we put in a margin of error so that, you know, if we're off by 200 meters, you know, we can be off up to 200 meters if we do like this. And then let's say I want it to be perfectly 90 degrees perpendicular to what the enemy convoy is going. So I set this torpedo to go 328. So the LUT, we set it to 328. And then that means that once it reaches these 1,200 meters, it'll turn towards 328. Then it'll do its 500 meter search pattern run. And then the way we've set it off now, it'll turn left. It'll turn left and go back 180 degrees in the direction of the initial search pattern course. And then that way, the torpedo goes 90 degrees perpendicular to what the convoy is doing as its course. I hope that was easy enough to understand, and I hope the language barrier on that wasn't too bad. So the LUT basically is Like, the only thing that the LUT does different from the FAT is the angle of its search pattern course. That's the only difference. It just puts in another course change. Visual learner. Okay, I hope I explained things well. That's the thing. Like, especially with it being in a different language, that's always a bit of a challenge. Right, we're still off duty for 3 hours.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
So T5, that's for warships. That's for warships following us, basically. That's for daytime attacks on a single target. That's for convoy attacks. We've got 2 of them replacements in here. We can probably get rid of the FAT and then get 2 more T1s. That's what I want.
Was benötigt? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Get rid of that. Get a T1 LUT if we can. Yes, get another T1 LUT. That is a perfect loadout. Oh boy. Yeah, at least the torpedoes are very high tech at the end here. No more fresh vegetables. That is unfortunate. Deck gun ammo is good. Anti-air ammo, we can use some more of that. You're Australian, yeah, I know. I saw you in Josh's stream.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
From Straya. Oh, right, these ones. I need more of those. Can I get another one? 40 seconds. Probably not.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Nope. Okay, I should have gotten one before the vacation. Damn it.
Ja.
You're okay. 90, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Oh, you need a new medkit. You need a new medkit. Yeah, because of Daniel Lorenz, naturally.
Ja.
Herr Kapitän?
It'll also only take 40 seconds, probably. Yeah. Yes, okay. So, you've got spare parts, you've got spare parts. You need one more medkit that we've got for you right here. Pick that up real quick. There you go. Also refill the galley once more. Oh, actually that might be our saving grace here. 14 cheeses. Good French cheese, they'll be happy, the boys. Oh, look at that dinner, man. Like Frankfurt sausage in a bread roll with some brie, French soft cheese and some preserved pork. Rehydrated. Bacon strips on there. Sausage rolls. Man, that's proper German dinner, man.
Was benötigen? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
More and more. And we can't get any more bread because that's for some reason only available on the milk cows. And then maybe after the next fast forward I can get another rebreather. Should I get rid of the diving suit? I'm not really in the position anymore where I can dive to wrecks.
Was benötigen Sie? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
No, I can't get one. Yes, there is. Haha! Just in time. Now, I don't want to be greedy, but I don't think my CO should be the one with the 90% rebreather. Maybe I'll just switch that out for 100% one. And then, I don't know, Angler? No, Reinke. Reinke, you're the newest one. Sorry, mate, but that's the law. Newest ones get the sucky equipment. That's always how that goes. Right. Okay. Eat well for a week, yeah. We see everything, yep. Yep, we absolutely do. Okay, we need a new mission.
Verbindungsoffizier,
That
die
is.
Befehle von dies sind alle Einsatzbefehle vom BDU, streng geheim.
Anymore. It's just... Okay. okay.
Alles
It's
Gute, Herr
just
Kommandant.
holding
Ihr
out and
nächster
surviving.
Einsatz ein Erfolg werden.
September 1st, 1944. We can get that one, but I don't really see the point of it. Like North Labrador, that despawned. The last stand we've already finished, so
In Ihr Verbindung, dies sind aktuelle
What can we get?
Einsatzbefehle vom
That's
BDU.
that's
Streng geheim.
oh, that's suicide, man. That's probably safest. That might be out of Allied aircraft range. And I
Alles
know
Gute, Kommandant. Und
when I
Ihr
go
nächster
there.
Einsatz ein Erfolg werden.
Wait. Is it to Sao Miguel? To the wait, that's the Azores. That's Madeira, that's the Canaries. Yeah, okay. The Azores are outside of range. If I take that mission, BDU on the way there will tell me that they've moved my grid square. I guarantee you that will happen. And then they're gonna move me back into Allied aircraft range. And that's how the game simulates the closing of the North Atlantic air gap. By just sending you to locations where there are Allied aircraft. And not letting you do missions outside of Allied aircraft range anymore. That's how they do it. Very, very cheeky, devs, but I saw through it. Very, very cheeky. But I think that's a story for another time. And for right now, I'm just gonna end the stream right here. I think we did well today. Got that weather station operational, finished the Atlantic operations with that, which is something that I don't think I've done so far. Did I get an achievement for that? Let's see. Nope, I did not. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, my name's Weight Loss Games. I stream VR games to lose weight. I'm currently on hold on that, so we stream Uboat because I'm also an ex-Navy officer. And if you find that interesting, then feel free to give me a follow. Maybe a sub if you want. If you're on YouTube, I would appreciate a subscription. I'd also appreciate a like if you guys want to. But, you know, that's your choice. You know how the internet works. You know how subscribing and how following and how likes and all that work. You're probably older than me. Who knows? Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time, which is probably tomorrow. And with that, bye-bye.